A had become a zombie during the apocalypse, a completely normal zombie. To increase his chances of survival, A decided he would become even stronger, getting a body he could have never had in life. And with that, he ended up becoming the king of all the undead. His next step now is to deal with humanity. The multi-car train moves calmly along its track. Many people are crossing the tracks as if they don't know that a collision with a locomotive is fatal. The desperate train conductor tries to warn the fools to get out of the way, as he has lost control of the train. Finally, the clueless people realize the huge locomotive is out of control. Desperate to survive, people start running, but a stroller will get stuck. A mother with a baby in her arms, reluctant to abandon the stroller, refuses to let it go, unwilling to lose something that is practically useless. The others try to warn her that she's running out of time, while another woman closes her eyes, unable to watch the impending tragedy. In just a few moments, that woman would have been reduced to a pile of human paste. Her luck was that a mysterious figure was in the crowd. In the blink of an eye, everything became a blur. Instead of saving the woman, the protagonist thought it would be easier to destroy the locomotive, stopping it by force. The train cars derailed with the potential to cause an even greater catastrophe. However, the woman and her child were alive, struggling to understand what had just happened. Standing before her was that mysterious man, his face hidden from view. Turning to the woman, the protagonist asked if she was okay. Still in shock, the woman was deeply grateful for being saved, but her gratitude quickly gave way to an expression of pure terror. Even the baby in her arms was petrified. That being, definitely, looked like a zombie. The woman's desperate scream echoed through the air. The protagonist's name is Zombie. His name is, literally, what defines him, a zombie. A had just woken up and was getting out of bed, unsure of his own existence, or when he had become such a creature. Despite everything, A had a dream just like anyone else. A wished to befriend humans so that the discrimination would end. With that goal in mind, A had been working tirelessly every day, believing that one day, after much effort, A would succeed. His confidence was unshakable, and A truly believed it in his dream. While brushing his teeth, A lost another one because, after all, he was a zombie. In pursuit of his dream, A had lost count of how many people A had helped. An out-of-control plane was on a collision course with a crowded stadium. The crowd panicked, scrambling to evacuate, creating chaos and disorder, until a little boy pointed out the unthinkable. The plane hadn't crashed as expected. That massive object had been stopped by a single being, leaving the entire crowd in stunned silence. The building was engulfed in flames. The fire raged uncontrollably as a woman screamed that her children were still inside. To the complete astonishment of the firefighters, a zombie emerged from the building carrying 5 children. He wasn't that strong, or at least not as he remembered being in life. It all started with a zombie pandemic. This was the beginning of the apocalypse. At that time, he was still a student. Everything happened so fast that he didn't have a chance to escape it. This led to him becoming a completely normal zombie, just like everyone else. He was just another one following the crowd, moving only as directed by the larger mass. One fateful day, armed humans appeared, aiming their weapons at everyone. The zombies were exterminated in large numbers, treated like pests. Their bodies were burned and used as fuel. While the survivors became the engines of infinite energy mechanisms, the zombies had become a source of electricity for humanity. However, the protagonist didn't understand why humans hated zombies or why zombies crave human flesh. To survive, he decided to change his behavior and began to train rigorously. He lifted weights, ran, swam, and jumped every single day without fail. An independent life begins with one's own effort, and he didn't feed on flesh. His meals consisted of whey protein, which he consumed 3 times a day. Although his exhaustion was immense, he continued to train late into the night, until one day he finally became truly strong. He had become practically invincible, with an aesthetic yet monstrously powerful body. After gaining strength and knowledge, he decided to approach the nearest human city. He tried to get them to see zombies in a different light. His wish was to live within the human walls to be a good zombie. Inside his house, he continued with his daily chores, realizing that his food supplies had run out. With that, it was time to go to the market to restock. It was a beautiful day outside. The sky was clear and bright. The protagonist went to the market he usually frequented to replenish his supplies. The clerk who helped him asked if it wasn't uncomfortable to wear that mask all the time. The protagonist replied that, contrary to what she thought, it was actually quite comfortable. The employees went to the truck to load his purchased goods. A suspicious glint outside revealed that the protagonist was being watched. Some reporters wanted to confirm if it was really him. They wanted to clear his throat, see what was under that mask. They were doing everything they could to gather any clues about the zombie's identity. Holding a flyer in his hand, he realized that one of his friends was wanted again. That was Gu, who had probably done something to injure humanity once again. The cameraman wondered if this person was really the same one who had stopped an airplane with his bare hands, while his boss admitted they might be mistaken. Maybe it had all been a media exaggeration. That's why they needed to uncover the identity behind this masked figure. However, they ended up witnessing something so absurd it left them completely speechless. The citizen they had been watching had just lifted that truck with his bare hands. The protagonist looked up patiently as if he were calculating a trajectory. The ground beneath his feet began to crack completely. Suddenly, the truck disappeared because it was now high up in the air. It was such an incredible sight that the reporters couldn't comprehend what had just happened, and in fact, it was such a powerful jump that the protagonist had managed to reach orbit. Far from there, a heavily guarded fence stood with clear warnings that passage was strictly forbidden. On the other side of the fence, several erratic zombies were wandering aimlessly. In their own language, a little girl told her mother she was hungry. The mother told the little one to hold on a bit longer. Apparently, zombies were capable of reproducing. Don't ask how. Illuminated by the moonlight, the powerful zombie crashed down in the middle of the devastated city. On his back was a truck completely full of supplies. The vehicle was carefully placed on the ground. This brought joy to the zombies who realized their king had returned. A child asked why he didn't just drive the truck like humans do. Unfortunately, he didn't have a driver's license, so he had to do things this way. This was a city he himself had conquered far from the human villages, where the zombies fed on eggs to avoid attacking people. Turning to the child, he asked where Gu and the others were. The little one said they were all in the huddle lounge. The protagonist headed to the location to meet with these creators. Everyone present was of an extremely high threat level. The mere gathering of such powerful beings was a calamity in itself. Even more absurd was the fact that they all greeted the protagonist as their supreme majesty. Handing the flyer to one of his subordinates, he informed them that Gu was being hunted again by humans. The powerful creature apologized, saying that he always lost control whenever he saw a human. The protagonist walked over to a sofa and took a seat. One of his subordinates reported that their numbers were growing, but to stay hidden from humans, they had already relocated several times. The most reckless one among them wanted to start a massacre. He was eager to use his chainsaw as soon as possible. After hearing this, the protagonist warned that humans could also be terrifying. They were soon interrupted by a strange sound etching in the sky above the city. The noise was coming from an airship approaching at high speed. Inside was a woman with two exceptionally well-bred twins. You could see their health and good upbringing just by looking at them. The woman stood inside the airship, radiating confidence, as if she were the true protagonist of this story. She seemed to be analyzing data on a massive screen, reviewing the details of the current mission. Her staff assured the president that everything was in order, clear and stable with no signs of interference. The team was ready for deployment. The payload had also been checked, a nuclear weapon set to detonate 20 minutes after activation. The protagonist noticed the unusual approach of the humans. High above, inside the aircraft, the powerful president crossed her arms, hugging her twins. She could hardly wait for the zombies to experience the devastating power of her nuclear weapon. She hated them all. As the aircraft drew closer, the sound of its engines became more deafening. One of the creatures alerted the others that humans were responsible for the noise. He wanted his leader's permission to eliminate them all, but the protagonist ordered that the priority was to evacuate the citizens. His subordinate had to hold back. He lost control way too easily. Faced with this crisis, the responsibility of handling everything fell on him. Inside the aircraft, the president tried to communicate with the ground team. She informed the soldiers they had 20 minutes to rescue the remaining civilians and evacuate the area. Repeating the order, the squad confirmed they understood. At one of the aircraft's exits stood Marshall, one of humanity's greatest heroes, responsible for intercepting any powerful zombies that might appear. Dressed in impressive armor and wielding a formidable sword, he patiently waited for the action. He assured the president that she could leave everything to him. If any strong zombie showed up, it would slice it up without hesitation. On the ground, the mass of creatures was doing its best to keep fleeing. Elsewhere, they were being watched by a mysterious long-haired man. A strange-looking guy informed Nere Superior, Phi, that the people from the Extraordinary Academy had found their zombies. A wonderful situation, because now they could play with these people. Pressing a button, a cage full of human prisoners appeared. They were released into the middle of the zombie horde. The ground team detected human life signs and began to prepare to move to that location. Properly position it with their machine guns, they opened fire. Against security protocol, a girl had taken off her protective helmet, a nod yet that the zombie refused to die. The poor zombie boy closed his eyes in terror, convinced Phi was about to be killed once again. But standing in front of him was the great protagonist, whose sheer power was so overwhelming that even normal clothes became bulletproof just by him wearing them. A more determined soldier, reluctant to believe in the existence of invulnerable zombies, decided it was time to let his bazooka sing the song of its people. He unleashed a devastating blast of firepower at the creature. A massive explosion erupted exactly as the soldiers expected, and some thick smoke filled the air. One soldier approached his superior, suggesting that maybe this wasn't an ordinary zombie, but an extraordinary individual, known for saving people. He was famous for always wearing an incredibly realistic mask that made him look like a zombie. Now the soldier was completely terrified, realizing he might have attacked the wrong person. When the smoke cleared, the protagonist emerged completely unharmed from everything that had happened so far. Inside the aircraft, the president continued to analyze the conflict data. She informed Marshall that a powerful zombie had appeared in the combat zone. The warrior immediately requested to handle the situation personally. Without any protective gear, he launched himself from the aircraft, diving straight into the battle. Meanwhile, elsewhere, those Mr. Figures continued to watch the events unfold. They noticed that almost all the people had already been saved. Perhaps they had underestimated their opponents. The long-haired man then declared it was time to make things more interesting. Immediately, the young man with a rat-like face understood exactly what they were about to do. In the middle of the zombie horde, they activated something that began to alter one of them. Its eyes changed, and one of its arms started to grow uncontrollably. What was once a completely ordinary zombie had transformed into a gigantic and dangerous monstrosity. The protagonist was still there protecting his friends when he saw the monstrous transformation. As the creature roared wildly, the armored man rushed onto the battlefield. The ground squad received an alert about the appearance of a boss-level zombie. With that information, they immediately mobilized it toward the new threat. To everyone's surprise, the squad leader immediately began to retreat without a second thought. However, his actions were soon understood. Still filled with remorse, if the goal was to save the life of that extraordinary person, then he had no choice. With the protagonist in his arms, he moved it further and further away from the center of danger. He placed him inside the evacuation vehicle. Once inside the armored transporter, he ordered the driver to speed up immediately. They had lives to save. It didn't take long for the vehicle to speed off, tears screeching. Inside the Melero truck, the girl expressed her curiosity about the identity of this person, especially why he always wore that same mask. Questioned so directly, the protagonist didn't know how to respond. At the heart of the battle, the ground troops were stunned. The monstrous zombie had just lifted an entire bus. Its strength was so overwhelming that it hurled the vehicle at the soldiers as if it were made of paper. Before disaster could strike, the samurai warrior arrived on the battlefield. With a single swing of his blade, he sliced the bus cleanly in two. The wreckage hit the ground, revealing how precise the cut had been. The soldiers cheered. If the samurai from the academy was here, victory was certain. Approaching the creature, the samurai ordered the soldiers to continue the evacuation. The monster was now his responsibility. Civilians were being evacuated little by little. The squad leader was informed that the dangerous zombie had already been intercepted. Among the humans, the protagonist recognized a voice that felt strangely familiar. The girl reassured him, saying not to worry. They were there to help. That's when he noticed something strange. The massive human they had fought so hard to save had disappeared. Marshall turned to the creature before him and asked if it felt any pain. The zombie roared in pure rage, completely uncontrolled. It was obvious that it had no command over its own actions, like a wild beast, and lunged at the samurai. The warrior prepared to draw his sword. Faster than the eye could see, the samurai moved past the creature, his blade already sheathed. He had delivered countless cuts in an instant, determined to end its suffering. It all happened too fast. Marshall had executed the battle flawlessly. The zombie's body began showing signs of being sliced beyond its limits. It collapsed, torn apart, lifeless. Marshall slowly wiped his blade, convinced that his job was done. Looking at the remains on the ground, he wished the poor creature could finally rest in peace. But then, faint footsteps caught his attention. Someone else was there. Seeing the unknown figure approach the fallen creature, he wondered if this was another zombie. The protagonist gazed at his former companion, grief evident in his eyes as if mourning a loss. Inside the separate aircraft, the rest of the team received confirmation that the zombie had been completely eliminated. The president congratulated Marshall on his achievement, suggesting they record the event as part of his legacy. The protagonist apologized for what had happened. Not all of them were capable of controlling themselves. Hearing the mysterious figure speak in the plural, Marshall immediately assumed it was a zombie as well. Without a shred of hesitation, he had already unleashed his first strike against the protagonist. At that moment, the support team detected the emergence of yet another boss-level zombie. The young officer shrugged it off, saying there was no need to worry. Just give Marshall the order and it would finish the job. But the girl was already terrified. The samurai's signal had completely vanished. It had happened so quickly that even the president grew apprehensive about what might have occurred. Marshall's face was wounded as if had been struck. His body was now hanging from the top of a streetlight, and the armure on Sagor was gone. His life signals were faint. He had suffered severe damage. The situation was becoming dire for the humans as the evacuation had not yet been completed. Looking at the unfolding crisis, the president grew deeply and genuinely enraged. Someone needed to take action to prevent the worst from happening. Shocking her entire team, she descended from the aircraft, heading straight into the battle. Her team, alarmed, called out that she was being reckless. She couldn't just go down there all alone. She was already preparing her first strike, determined to gouge this creator's strength for herself. The protagonist was taken by surprise, not expecting another human to show up so quickly. The president, however, was even more astonished. Her sword had shattered as if it were made of glass. She took a moment to process what had just happened, while the protagonist barely felt anything more than a light tap on his head. Now she was genuinely scared, struggling to comprehend what kind of creature could be as tough as steel. Realizing he was far stronger than she had initially assumed, she began to put some distance between them. Her team warned her that due to the force of her initial strike, they couldn't apply reinforcements to help her. With what was left of her broken sword, the president assured them she was fine. Taking advantage of this brief window of opportunity, the protagonist tried to apologize, saying he'd already done so with the samurai. She was stunned by his ability to speak, realizing this creature had to be some kind of mutant. This only made her draw an even more powerful weapon. With her enchanted sword in hand, the president prepared for another devastating attack. The protagonist grew despaired. He didn't want to fight and wished she would just listen. Brimming with aggression, the president declared she could do her talking with the edge of her sword. Her first attack missed, as he dodged it with ease. But that didn't end the battle. She had already repositioned herself. She was now behind him. It turned to find her ready to strike once more. Executing one of her signature moves, the president unleashed a sweeping slash. Everything around her was cleanly cut by her blade, but the protagonist managed to evade the attack in true Matrix style. The blow was so powerful that even the surrounding buildings were heavily damaged. Everything was happening too fast, and the protagonist was genuinely impressed by her combat skill. However, the president was growing more and more enraged, assuming the creator was just toying with her. Nearby, the soldiers were retrieving the injured samurai. His brutal beatdown had been so severe that he could barely speak. Finally, the president received word that the evacuation had been successfully completed. Now, she too could retreat. Deeply focused in the heat of battle, one of her aides urgently asked if she had heard the order, but by then, she and the protagonist were already racing through the abandoned city, moving like two ninjas. The protagonist did everything he could to get away from the furious woman. Meanwhile, the president grew even more infuriated, realizing the creator had no intention of engaging in combat. It pointed out that if he didn't try to run, she would never stop trying to slice him up. With just a few leaps, the protagonist managed to create an efficient distance between them. This only fueled her fury even more. This time, she was determined to show him the second extension of her techniques. At that moment, her legs were revealed to be prosthetics, and steam began to vent from her body. Now at full power, the president covered a massive distance with a single leap. The protagonist, who had thought he was comfortably getting away, was suddenly caught off guard by the president's reappearance. With rage overflowing in her eyes, she launched another devastating attack. She landed hard on the ground after executing her strike. Moments later, the protagonist also came crashing down, hitting the ground like a sack of potatoes. Believing her target was completely eliminated, the president sheathed her sword. She then ordered the airship to begin lowering its altitude so they could ready-aim him. The person most disappointed with this outcome was the rat-faced man. After all, every single one of the citizens had been safely evacuated, but the story was far from over, as they still had a spy within the organization. The rescued civilians were celebrating, relieved to have been successfully saved. Inside the cockpit, the pilot suddenly heard something suspicious. Turning to the side, Faye was met with a disturbing sight. Someone had pressed a button that posed an extreme danger to them all. The nuclear warhead inside the airship had been launched. It was now falling, heading straight for the survivors. Unaware of this, the civilians continued to celebrate, assuming the mission was over. The pilot quickly informed the crew that they shouldn't be celebrating. There was a spy among them, and the warhead had been deployed. Upon hearing these grim words, the crew was in complete shock. The rescued civilians were now overcome with absolute terror. It was time to inform the president that there was a threat among them and she needed to escape immediately. Unfortunately, she was paralyzed by the sheer horror of the situation. The nuclear bomb was descending toward the city and nothing could stop it now. They were taking the necessary measures to minimize the damage, as extracting the president was now a top priority. She tried to use her prosthetic enhancements, but immediately realized something was terribly wrong. Time was running out, and fast. The president was still outside the plane. At that moment, she struggled to activate the acceleration on her prosthetics. She had completely drained the battery while fighting a mutant she hadn't managed to defeat. Apparently, she had forgotten to change the power cells in her prosthetics before going into battle, a truly regrettable mistake. Still distracted by her depleted batteries, she suddenly realized the zombie was standing right next to her, completely alive. Without a word, he grabbed her roughly, offering no explanation. He began to spin her around like a centrifuge while the president desperately screamed for him to let her go. Then, with tremendous force, the zombie threw the woman toward the plane. She crashed into the cargo bay, landing safely inside. Now, with her crew by her side and secreted inside the plane, it was time to escape immediately. Realizing what the mutant had just done for her, the president was suddenly overcome with anguish. Meanwhile, the nuclear warhead continued its descent toward the abandoned city. The protagonist remained calm and confident, patiently waiting for its approach. Once again, gathering a considerable amount of his strength, he shattered the ground beneath his feet. Launching himself into the sky with a powerful leap, he soared toward the ballistic missile. The two were now on a direct collision course. Holding up one hand, the protagonist already knew exactly what he was going to do. As if it were nothing more than a simple baseball, he caught the projectile with a single hand. A feat so incomprehensible that those who witnessed it were left speechless. Immediately afterward, a massive explosion erupted in the sky above the city. The shockwave was so intense that it sent the plane into a sudden burst of turbulence. Behind them, the iconic mushroom cloud began to rise into the sky. Watching the total devastation unfold, the president had no way of knowing if her savior had survived. The city, already abandoned, was now completely destroyed. The buildings that had once been desolate ruins were now almost completely wiped from existence. All the president could do was watch, convinced that nothing could have survived that. But then, unexpectedly, a scorched leg emerged from the thick smoke. The protagonist's clothes were almost completely destroyed, with only the strategically essential areas remaining intact. He scratched at a rather private part of his anatomy, seemingly infected, as if all that nuclear energy had only managed to cause a slight annoyance. After witnessing this, the mysterious long-haired man declared it was time to leave. However, his assistant pointed out that there were still signs of life within the blast radius. The long-haired man scoffed, saying this wasn't the first time they had fought against the academy, nor would it be the last. One day, it would eliminate them all. Meanwhile, the planet set a course back to base. Inside, the president looked completely desolate. Some crew members approached her, concerned for her well-being. One of them remarked that it was truly ironic. She had spent her entire life fighting zombies only to be saved by one in the end. Her assistant stepped forward, explaining that there had likely been a massive misunderstanding. The one who saved her wasn't a zombie at all. He was a hero of the masses who had recently gained a reputation and had actually been living in the city for quite some time. Holding a tablet in her hands, the president crushed it in sheer frustration. Back in the city, people started to notice something unusual. Among them, an almost naked man was walking through the streets as if nothing had happened. The protagonist headed to the nearest phone booth. In the past, these booths were used to make calls as they were equipped with landlines. His subordinates informed him that everyone was safe and they were now looking for a safe place to live. Pleased with the news, he assured them he would meet up with them soon as he found a place to stay. Finally, the protagonist arrived at his apartment. Entered the key code to get inside his home. Inside the intelligence center, thanks to the city survey agent's cameras, they had finally discovered the whereabouts of the masked man. The protagonist looked to the side, still deeply bewildered by everything that was happening. The women in the room were just as surprised to see him on the monitor, since he was practically half naked. Once inside his apartment, the protagonist hung some clothes out to dry. Meanwhile, back inside, he resumed his training, motivating himself by looking at a photograph. In it, he was pictured with the strongest of his partners. He hoped they had found their safe place, as he was eager to rent it with them soon. Suddenly, the president burst through his apartment door, startling him. She ordered her men to take every last piece of furniture. Nothing was to be left behind. Immediately, they obeyed her orders. Shocked, the protagonist demanded to know who they were. Threatening to call the police, the president shoved a piece of paper in his face, expecting him to get the message. They were from the Afterlife Academy, and they had come to inform him that he had been accepted. From that day on, the protagonist was now a member of their organization. Discreetly, she gave an order to one of the security guards accompanying her. The man grabbed the protagonist by the hand, who still had no idea what was going on. He tried to protest, saying he was a zombie and couldn't go to school, but they just assumed he was a human in an extremely convincing costume. After a brief exchange, they were all outside. One of the assistants pointed out that this was a bit inappropriate. The academy had extremely rigorous selection criteria and, since the place was so organized, it wouldn't even have a run ready upon his arrival. For the president, however, that wasn't a problem. He would just stay in her apartment. Once inside the president's apartment, the security team began placing his furniture in the new space. Finally, all the heavy lifting was done. The guard said a polite goodbye, leaving the protagonist standing there, not knowing what to do. The president watched him intently as he remained extremely uncomfortable about everything that had just happened. Feeling completely embarrassed by the situation, he hesitantly asked if he would be staying there permanently and, more importantly, where he would sleep. To the president, it was obvious he would be staying there. She didn't understand why he kept harping on the sleeping arrangement, even jokingly asking if he wanted to sleep next to her. Nervously, he quickly tried to correct himself, saying that wasn't what he meant and that she must have misunderstood. But all he could think about was how absurd it was for a human and a zombie to share the same bed. Sensing his discomfort, the powerful president assured him he would sleep in the guest room. After that clarification, he tried once more to explain his identity, insisting that he was actually a zombie. As he was speaking, the president began to adjust her prosthetic legs. This immediately caught the protagonist's attention, as he hadn't noticed them before. Seeing her remove one of the prosthetics, he instantly panicked, demanding to know what had happened to her legs. With complete indifference, she casually replied that she had cut them off herself. Then, tilting her head, she asked if he had a problem with that. Without hesitation, he quickly assured her that he did not. She let out a deep sigh, lost in thought, as she recalled the events that had led to her decision. The zombie outbreak happened when she was just a little girl. Her parents were infected almost immediately and ended up biting her legs. To survive, she had no choice but to defeat her own parents and cut off her legs. That's why she harbored such a deep and genuine hatred for all zombies, dedicating her entire life to their complete extermination. After this brief, but grim explanation, the protagonist began to sweat nervously, realizing it would be best to avoid certain topics. Noticing that she had interrupted something he was saying earlier, she asked him what it was about. He brushed it off, saying it was nothing, just nonsense, and that it was better if she hadn't heard it. Quickly changing the subject, he asked about this Afterlife Academy. Violet, the president, explained that it was an organization specializing in perfecting ways to fight zombies. It had existed for over 1,000 years, founded 2 centuries after the first outbreak of the zombie pandemic. Its sole purpose was to fight the creatures, and over the centuries, it had produced countless talents. The protagonist's memories weren't clear, but he was sure he had become a zombie during the first outbreak. Pondering the matter, he realized he'd been a zombie for almost a millennium. Violet told him to be ready for the next day. She had used her connections to get him enlisted immediately. His expression exuded distrust more than anything. He wanted to avoid showing up, but Violet warned him not to even think about running away. This was no ordinary organization. An escape would trigger a full-scale investigation into his identity. Finally, she revealed her name, Violet. She also mentioned that a girl named Dawn would escort him to the academy the next day and that they already knew each other. Intrigued by this, the protagonist insisted they didn't know anyone named Dawn. Just then, a familiar hair color appeared in the distance, accompanied by some slightly revealing clothes. Dawn politely greeted the new student while the protagonist remained worried about the whole situation. He stared at her, unable to recognize her at all. This only made her irritation more obvious. He had forgotten everything that happened inside the armored vehicle. The truth was, he remembered perfectly well, but in his memories, she had been much smaller. Hearing this, Dan had to try very hard not to think her future partner was a complete idiot. She urged him to hurry. It was almost time for the entrance exam. The two of them walked up the stairs leading to a plaza in front of the academy. He didn't know he'd have to take a test. Dawn assured him it was necessary to test the students' physical abilities and their zombie exterminating skills. She used an old world record for the 100-meter dash as an example. To be accepted into the academy, one had to run at least faster than that record. Now, the name Afterlife Academy made more sense. Dawn figured he should have already realized this was a place for extraordinary individuals. In the protagonist's mind, the place was probably full of lunatics. This academy was just a glorified madhouse. There were welcome banners everywhere, and a huge crowd of students had gathered to take the exam. Looking closer, everything seemed really dangerous. Since there were so many people, Dawn had to get on her partner's shoulders to get a better view. An angry man, possibly because he was bald, yelled at her to shut up and that trash like them should stay away. As they argued, the protagonist wondered if someone capable of holding up an entire plane should even be taking the test. But it wasn't that simple. Many people there were capable of feats like that. Not to mention, there was one small detail. Almost no one at the academy watched the TV news. A man with a wooden leg started walking up the stairs, asking everyone to calm down. Clearing his throat, he spoke into the microphone. Welcoming everyone, he announced that it would be the examiner for the day. His name was Chin, and he was the chairman of the sports department. The academy had existed for 800 years, and many great talents had joined its ranks. In the old days, its founders could split entire mountains in half. Today, however, he didn't expect the candidates to do the same. In the middle of the crowd, someone called out to Chairman Chen. It was none other than our beloved protagonist, timidly raising his hand to ask a question. He asked nervously, what would happen if a zombie was inside the academy? The answer was simple. It would be completely dismembered and its body hunt from the academy gates after being neutralized. The protagonist didn't get that last part. What did neutralized mean? Professor Chen clarified that it would separate the zombie's smaller head from its larger body. Just imagining such suffering made the protagonist freeze in horror. Finally, the exams began, starting with the 100-meter dash. The students took their positions, waiting for the referee's signal. The examiner fired the starting pistol, signaling the beginning of the race. The wind caused by the students' movement was so powerful it distorted the referee's facial features. Among them was an exceptionally fast student who was clearly leading the race. The guy moved like lightning, finishing in just 3 seconds. As he crossed the finish line, he had to make a considerable effort to slow down, tearing up the ground in the process, while the protagonist ran as discreetly as possible. Next up was the marksmanship exam, where they had to hit designated targets. Shooting was considered the most basic survival skill in this zombie-infested world. Somehow, the protagonist found himself dragged into the evaluation despite not knowing how they'd ended up in this mess. Getting ready to aim, he observed his classmates' techniques. Dawn demonstrated incredible expertise with weapons, showing a skill far above the average level. She threw several knives toward the targets. Each blade found its mark, slicing through the heads with extreme precision as if guided by an unseen force. After achieving such a flawless result, she flashed a small smile. She had passed the exam with flying colors. Meanwhile, the protagonist was struggling to figure out how to properly use a firearm. He couldn't help but notice how energetic the other examiners were, and he felt a growing sense of unease. He had to remember Director Chen's words. After all, he was almost certainly the only zombie in the entire city. The next test was a simple throwing event. Candidates had to throw objects at least 80 meters to pass, while a 100 meters or more would place them in the top tier. The first few candidates stepped up to throw. This test proved to be more difficult than the others, and some started to fail. The director called up the next group. The protagonist found himself stuck between these lunatics. To avoid drawing too much attention, he carefully controlled his own strength. While he was completing the tests, Director Chen was analyzing the protagonist's stats, noticing that he was only doing the bare minimum to pass. However, he had received a direct message from Violet. She had assured him that this kid was incredibly strong. Knowing the president's word, Director Chen was sure this guy had to be phenomenal. The only explanation for his mediocre results was that he was deliberately pretending to be weak. One of the candidates stepped forward for the final test, ready to throw a spear. He threw it with the force of a projectile, and the spear cut through the sky like a bullet. It traveled at an incredible speed toward its target. Unfortunately, it hit the training dummy in a very fragile and delicate part of its anatomy. Seeing that scene only made the protagonist more anxious about being found out. The force of the throw was so immense that the spear dragged several dummies along with it. They all ended up impaled against a traffic sign in the city center. People who had no idea this was part of an exam were stunned by the sudden appearance of flying training dummies. Even Director Chen was impressed. This candidate's spear had traveled an astonishing 32 kilometers. That performance was definitely enough to qualify. Now it was the protagonist's turn. As he approached the testing area, the promising candidate who had just thrown his spear tried to intimidate him. The protagonist calmly picked up the spear. He looked up, mentally preparing for his throw. But before he could do anything, Director Chen ordered him to stop, even though he hadn't interrupted anyone else during the entire exam. This immediately caught the other candidate's attention. The director wanted to confirm something. Was this really the man known as Zombie, personally recommended by the fencing president? According to her, Furquible sat in flame. Free was the same person he, and that wasn't reflected in the exam stats. The director wanted to know if he was hiding his true power. Besides, he was the same person who had asked about zombies earlier. Everyone here was given their all to pass. So the director wanted to know if he was given it his all too. Panicking under the scrutiny, the protagonist desperately tried to convince them that he was definitely a person. Absolutely, without a doubt, a real human being. If that were true, then the director ordered him to show his full potential. He didn't need to surpass 32 kilometers. If he could throw at least 10% of that, he would qualify. If he failed, the director would assume he had deceived the president, which would make him a suspected spy, one who would be severely punished. Terrified, the protagonist started to think. He was still afraid of humans. After all, he had spent centuries running from them, and never wanted to be enslaved again. But had lived for so long with a clear goal in mind. They resolved to throw the spear as far as he possibly could. Because of this unusual interaction with the director, all eyes were on him. For the first time during the entire exam, he focused seriously. He remembered the suffering of his strength training. The pain of the bench press, the agony of countless failed bicep curls. The raw power inside his body began to build up so intensely that the ground beneath him started to crack. Then he threw the spear. A massive shockwave erupted from the force, sending a wave of intimidacy through the other candidates. His throw was so powerful that it destroyed a satellite in Earth's orbit. If it weren't for the moon acting as a barrier, the spear would have continued traveling into deep space. The sheer force of his throw violently launched multiple candidates across the field. The ground beneath them had been completely destroyed. Faced with such an overwhelming display of brute force, even Director Chen was left completely speechless. The fact was, if one could see the moon in greater detail, they would notice the damage left by the spear. All of this was caused by just a tiny fraction of the protagonist's power. In the wake of the shockwave, the other examiners started falling from the sky, as if it were raining failures. The protagonist needed a moment to recover, even his facile expression had changed from the sheer intensity of what had just happened. He stared at the moon, still fixed in the sky, certain that his spear had followed a direct path toward it. Finally, he returned to his old manner. Around him, everyone remained completely stunned. Dawn approached him, excited about his results. Even the director was left speechless. She wanted to know how far the spear might have gone, but he couldn't answer. He had simply done his best. Meanwhile, in space, the piece broken off from the moon was now a drifting asteroid, floating aimlessly between the Earth and its satellite. He wasn't happy about the situation. Now that he had officially qualified, the protagonist hoped they could finally go home. Dawn, however, thought that was ridiculous. With that kind of power, he could become president someday. Completely thrilled by his potential, she asked if he had any idea how much power a president could wield. Pondering this, he realized he knew nothing about human society. The most direct example was Violet herself. Her authority allowed her to command a massive army, granting her access to even nuclear weapons. Not only that, but she was the ultimate authority over a city of 30 million people. Although there was technically an elected official, he was just a secretary. The real ruler was her. The protagonist tried to mention that he already had his own city, but Dawn completely ignored him, dragging him off to another location. They had now arrived at the biotechnology department, the place where special weapons were made, also known as the logistics department. As they walked through the facility, something peculiar caught the protagonist's eye. In front of him was a small photograph of what looked like a happy family. The photo belonged to Professor Jaime, who was presumed dead. He was the former head of this department. After losing his wife, he had become obsessed with crazy experiments, the kind that involved both humans and zombies. Because of this, he had been fired for going completely insane. Just then, a woman with glasses greeted them, asking if they were new students and if they had passed the academy's entrance exam. And, indeed, they had both been officially admitted. Zombie wanted to know who this woman was. Dawn explained that she was Professor Jaime's adopted daughter and was now the current head of the biotechnology department. Inviting them to sit, she asked what kind of equipment they would need. With a twinkle in her eye, Dawn eagerly asked for something that would let her carry even more weapons. Her childish imagination suggested a skirt that could hide a huge machine gun. In short, she would be joining the gunners group. Then, the scientist turned to the protagonist, wanting to know what he wanted. But after asking the question, she received no answer. Revealing his very low self-esteem, the zombie timidly asked if she had really been talking to him. Getting a better look at his face, the woman suddenly turned pale with terror. She immediately realized he was a zombie. Dawn, still smiling, brushed it off, insisting it was just a very convincing mask. The scientist, now completely alarmed, asked if Dawn was stupid or actively choosing to ignore the reality. That was clearly a zombie. At this point, the zombie was already trembling with fear. Dawn insisted she wasn't lying. She had sent part of his face during the last exam. Now, a little calmer, the scientist hesitated. If he really were a zombie, wouldn't they have attacked someone by now? Still, she repeated her question. What kind of gear did he want? After thinking for a moment, he confirmed that every time he used his strength, he always ended up going home naked. So, his request was simple. It wanted clothes that would never tear. An unusual request, which made the scientist pause to think. She jotted down the requests. A girl who wanted to carry more weapons and a zombie who simply didn't want to end up naked. Meanwhile, in the reserved fencing area, a group was gathered, deep in thought. Among them was Marshall, who had been completely annihilated by the protagonist. A woman was lying on a bench, a book covering her face, waiting to hear the report. The samurai explained that his opponent was truly powerful. The moment he attacked, his vision went completely black, and in the next second, his body was already hanging from a lamppost. The woman wanted to know if their division's president would be able to defeat this creature. Without hesitation, the samurai admitted that this being was even stronger than their own president. Finally, the woman sat up, slamming her book on the table. She wanted to know the name of the person who had defeated him. A blue-haired woman landed in, listening intently to the answer. After hearing it, she dismissed him, saying he was free to go. Her name was Jan Lankani and she was the president of the Sword Division. There was a fiercer rivalry between the Sword Division and the Blade Division. As he left, the samurai wished her a good day. During theory class, the students were learning about the habits of zombies. They discovered that zombies also like to eat eggs and that this knowledge could be used to set traps. Zombie seemed to be a very dedicated student, diligently taking notice on everything he heard. Dawn got curious about what he was writing and asked him what he was doing. It told her it wanted to share this knowledge with his family. Of all the things it could have said, this was definitely not what she expected. Suddenly, a loud announcement echoed throughout the school, summoning everyone to the gym immediately. Dawn found this sudden assembly strange. It hadn't been long since they last gathered. Slowly, the students began to fill the center of the gym. They just wanted to know what was going on. As they casually ate ice cream, Violet ordered them to be quiet. Meanwhile, Dawn was amazed that her partner could still eat with a mask on. It tried to explain how it was possible, but as was talking, a group of individuals began to approach. The blue-haired girl watched the protagonist from a distance. Facet, since he had already fallen in battle before, she figured it couldn't be that strong. She asked if she should go over and test this guy. Her president gave her approval. Immediately, she unsheathed her sword. But before anything could happen, a new group of individuals entered the gym. At the front was the chief, followed by an army of robots. His mere presence was enough to make all the students start moving. Dawn quickly ordered her partner to stop staring and bow. This was the mechanical life department. As the machines filled the room, everyone bowed in silence. The presidents exchanged brief glances. He warned the girl not to start any conflict in this place. At the reprimand, she said she would leave. But as she walked away, she asked if they still planned to test the guy's skills somehow. However, there was a quick change of plans. The chief was much more important than this guy, and she only respected the truly strong. The chief approached Violet, acknowledging that she had been working hard, but she simply replied that it was just her job. Zombie wondered if something was going on between the two of them. The atmosphere had completely changed. Looking at his partner, he asked if the chief was really such a powerful figure. Dawn was then reminded of Professor Jaime, the man who had been exiled from the academy. The chief was an upgraded version of a modern human, the masterpiece of that mad professor, the only one out of thousands who survived brutal experiments. Now he ruled a city of 50 million people. And in 10 years of leadership, not a single zombie had appeared in his city. The mere sight of a single zombie here led to the violent cleansing of the entire area. Stepping onto the stage, the chief announced it would be brief. Although they were all newcomers, the academy needed help. The students listened in complete silence, looking at one of his machines. He ordered a projection to be displayed immediately. From what appeared to be the eye on his face, a hologram of a seated person was projected. This was a spy they had captured months ago. Because of him, a nuclear disaster almost occurred. Zombie immediately seethed with rage. This was the man who had fired the nuclear weapon at him. Although the spy deserved to be punished, he possessed information too valuable to get rid of him. He was a loyal subordinate of Professor Jaime. The protagonist realized there was more than one enemy threatening humanity. Currently, the threat of zombies had diminished. The greatest danger to humanity was humanity itself. Clearly, there were still people who just wanted to watch the world burn. They had tried countless interrogation methods, but none had succeeded. Not even the senior students had been able to break him. So far, no method, no matter how cruel, had managed to make the spy talk. That's why the chief had turned to the newcomers. Any help would be welcome. Whoever managed to make him talk would be immediately promoted to the position of vice president. The newcomers lit up at the promise of power. A large crowd of them eagerly volunteered to interrogate the spy. Looking at them, the chief announced that the prisoner was in a room outside and wished them luck. 2 hours passed, and the situation remained unchanged. The newcomers had gotten creative, trying unorthodox interrogation methods. Violet watched with her hand on her face, unimpressed by their ineffective tactics. Dawn wondered if her new friend could make the prisoner talk. The truth was, if he wanted to, ZOMBI could make the man sing like a bird. Hearing those words didn't make Dawn doubt him. On the contrary, she was even more excited. Raising her hand, she caught the chief's attention, announcing that her friend had a way to make the spy talk. Since they had nothing to lose, the chief immediately directed them to the interrogation room. Although she was excited, Dawn found ZOMBI's sudden willingness strange. Until now, he had been trying to fly under the radar. ZOMBI's obedientes were always obedient, but for some reason, some have been losing control lately. Perhaps this year will provide some answers. Entered the room, coming face to face with the prisoner. On the other side, the spy wasn't surprised at all. He simply saw that another person had arrived. The protagonist approached him as the prisoner watched him cautiously. They stared at each other for a brief moment without saying a word. Assuming the academy had run out of interrogators, the spy made it clear that he would never betray his brother Faye. The moment he finished speaking, ZOMBI moved fast. In a split second, he made a small cut on the spy's arm. After enduring countless interrogation sessions, the spy had no idea what such a small wound could mean. He laughed hysterically. He wasn't afraid of anything. This was nothing more than a mosquito bite. ZOMBI then gave a simple command. He ordered the spy to stand up. Without even thinking, the spy obeyed. This immediately caught the attention of all the important figures in the room. Something inside that small wound had forced him to obey. Tiny cells had entered the spy's bloodstream. They were now traveling through his body and had already reached his brain. The spy's body was trembling, not because he was afraid, but because he had completely lost control of himself. He no longer had any say in his own existence. ZOMBI's first question was simple, his name. The answer came immediately. His name was Shock Kai. Dawn was shocked. She had just witnessed her friend's ability to control someone's mind. Assuming his Jaime subordinate, the spy must know a lot. The protagonist asked if that was the case. The young man confirmed that he knew almost everything. With that in mind, ZOMBI wanted to know why the zombies were losing control. The answer was a drug, one that had been secretly released in the city. The zombies who consumed it went crazy and, in some cases, could even be controlled remotely. They sent these zombies to attack humans, gathering combat data to annihilate the Afterlife Academy. The protagonist demanded to know why they were doing this. The spy didn't know the full answer, but he did know that his superior was excited. Jaime was collecting critical data for some unknown purpose. When asked where Jaime was now, the spy revealed that he was in a secret base 500 meters underground, beneath the city. After hearing the answer, ZOMBI ordered the spy to turn his back. As he left the room, he spoke in zombie language, saying that humans were hateful creatures, and that the virus inside the spy's brain could end his life, whenever ZOMBI wished, but instead, he hoped the man could change his ways. The spy understood the message, and the door closed behind the protagonist as he walked away. Meanwhile, Professor Jaime was exactly where the spy had said. They had already received information that their captured agent had revealed important information. The Afterlife Academy probably knew their exact location. Still, Jaime remained calm and thought this wasn't important to him. They had to continue their research. In fact, he was glad the academy was coming to him. His assistant panicked. This was too dangerous, but since the experiment was about to be completed, Jaime wasn't worried at all. Approaching one of his creations, he declared that the timing was perfect. He wanted his enemies to witness this historic moment, the birth of a new life form. ZOMBI walked out of the interrogation room as if nothing had happened. Outside, he was watched with fear by the other students. Whispers spread among those who had seen what he had done. Even Violet seemed uneasy. The true scale of his power was beginning to sink in. The blue-haired woman was equally intrigued by what had happened. It was unanimous, everyone now believed that he somehow had the ability to control minds. The boss started clapping, saying that ZOMBI had done an excellent job. He declared that this new generation would surpass the previous one. He didn't expect such talent to appear among the rookies. Since he had promised to make him vice president, he would do it immediately as long as ZOMBI was officially registered. ZOMBI, however, was more concerned about Jaime's whereabouts. The boss, however, knew he wouldn't run away. They continued walking, being watched closely by the blue-haired woman. Her subordinate found it strange, there wasn't supposed to be a procedure to become vice-president. They decided to follow them. The group entered an isolated area, an industrial zone. ZOMBI had no idea why they had gone there. He had assumed they were heading off to complete his registration. The boss suddenly asked him, "When did you learn to speak human language?" Because he knew that ZOMBI was a zombie. ZOMBI looked confused. Was the boss really talking to him? Turning towards him, the boss raised his weapon. "Yes," he said, "I'm talking to you." Then he fired. A powerful shot hit ZOMBI directly. The blue-haired woman and her subordinate, watching in secret, were almost caught in the blast. By some miracle, they were unharmed. The weapon used was the boss's Taken cannon, a weapon capable of disintegrating any form of matter. The boss declared that he would never be fooled by a zombie. He wanted to know what the idiots at the academy were thinking. How had something like this gone unnoticed? But in the end, it didn't matter, because all zombies had the same weakness, their heads. And with their heads destroyed, they stopped moving. The zombie had entered a place he should have never gone. The protagonist's hand was already reaching for the boss's face. A series of fast movements followed until a wall was destroyed, sending debris flying everywhere. The boss suddenly found a zombie hand gripping his throat. At that very moment, other figures emerged. The robots that always followed the boss appeared instantly. They fired their powerful beams without hesitation. A massive explosion erupted, engulfing the entire area. When the smoke cleared, the protagonist was standing there holding a destroyed combat drone. Taking advantage of the chaos, the boss had escaped, jumping to safety, shuffling across the cold concrete. He was still in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. His robots had been completely destroyed. That zombie should be dead. No headless body should be able to move, and yet, the headless body was still active. The blue-haired woman and her subordinate were just as stunned as the boss. Without a word, the zombie kept on fighting. The boss had to stay completely focused, because he had barely avoided being decapitated himself. Somehow, he managed to dodge every attack thrown at him. Managing to buy some time, the boss readied his cannon once more. He fired another shot, but this time he failed to hit his target. He was completely unable to understand why the zombie was so agile, even without a head. But there was no time to think, he needed to focus on keeping his own head. Once again, he gained some distance to avoid being hit by the zombie. The subordinate assumed he was in trouble, but the blue-haired woman claimed the boss was just getting started. People like him preferred to show off overwhelming power. It was better to back off before they got caught in the conflict. Finally, something began to form on the zombie's body. His head had completely regenerated. Watching it grow back left everyone stunned. The protagonist suggested they talk, since it had no intention of harming anyone present. The boss remained silent for a long moment, having just realized his neck had been slightly injured. Figuring that the zombie's real goal was to control his mind, he refused to comply. It took off his coat, revealing his robotic body. Model number 1, it gave the order and a different robot began to approach. As it got closer, its parts separated and began to attach to him. A transformation was underway, and the protagonist could only watch. He didn't know what he was witnessing, but the boy on the rooftop was amazed. Now the boss was covered in sleek, high-tech armor. After all, he was a mechanical life form, and it wasn't in his nature to negotiate with zombies. As the first zombie to witness this form, the protagonist should feel honored. The boss was now faster and much more powerful, striking with devastating force. He positioned himself in the air to deliver a crushing blow to the protagonist. His attack was so overwhelming that he managed to send him flying. The blue-haired woman and her student were shocked by the intensity of the battle. But the boss wasn't done yet. He hadn't shown the full extent of his offensive power. While the zombie was still in the air, he struck him several times. Each attack was precise and brutal, yet his opponent didn't even react to a single blow. This only made the boss even more confident, even though the zombie's body remained completely intact. This time, he hit hard enough to send his opponent crashing into the ground. His body slammed into the concrete like a soccer ball. Moments later, the boss landed as well. Toim, all zombies needed to be exterminated. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, as if he were charging up a total destruction attack. Then, he unleashed a deadly energy beam capable of consuming everything in its path. The blue-haired woman was stunned by such a display of power. It was the same beam he had used before, but this time it was exponentially stronger. Shockwaves swept through the abandoned city. Nothing could have possibly survived that attack. The boss exhaled heavily, exhausted from what had just done. He hoped his enemy was finally gone, but then he saw him casually walking in his direction. The boss couldn't believe it. This shouldn't be possible. For the first time in the battle, the protagonist acted differently. He roared, completely enraged. The force of his shout violently blasted the debris away. The blue-haired woman had to shield herself from the dust. Even the boss had to cover his ears. The roar was too intense. The protagonist had transformed, defied the rules of Dragon Ball, and now had a pair of ears and hair. No one had any idea what had just happened to the zombie. Shown off his new hairstyle, he approached the boss. By this point, the boss had accepted it. He had no idea what the being in front of him really was. The protagonist's skin tone was still the same, but his hair looked like something that had been popular in the early 2010s. Slowly, the dust began to settle, and in the sky above them, the clouds grew even darker. A huge swirl of clouds began to form. Dawn, looking out the window, noticed something was wrong. The blue-haired president's student was also worried. This wasn't normal at all. Inside the city, bystanders were confused. They didn't understand why the sky had suddenly darkened. It was the first time they'd ever seen anything like it. Back at the battle, the boss couldn't say a word. He was dealing with a bigger problem, one that had just occurred inside his briefs. The protagonist spoke. He had given this arrogant human several chances to settle things peacefully. Now he wanted to know something very specific. Did the boss have an intense desire to find out if there's life after death? His entire personality had changed. The blue-haired woman felt a deep sense of dread. She knew they had to leave immediately. The boss, despite his fear, refused to back down. Since the day he was born, he had never felt threatened by any living being, and there was no way some bad guy was going to be the first. Bracing himself, he dared the creature to try something. Meanwhile, the blue-haired woman and her student continued their escape. There was no record of a zombie like this in the Academy's database, and they didn't even know if they were far enough away yet. Before she could say anything, an object suddenly flew past them. The danger level of the battle was beyond anything seen so far. The boss's body had seen better days. Now he was nothing more than a broken, overconfident paperweight. The bald protagonist simply watched calmly. He knew this human was no longer a threat. Even in his weakened state, the boss was still trying. He called for more of his robot models. They marched into battle without fear. They felt nothing. Multiple explosions erupted immediately after. Somehow, the blue-haired woman had managed to rescue the boss. That zombie was seriously dangerous. She would need help to defeat him. Realizing how serious the situation was, the blue-haired woman scolded the boss. He was insane, and never should have provoked him. They decided to split up and escape. But let's give the boss a round of applause. He still managed to do something stupid, even as a paperweight. The protagonist noticed the humans had started to run. It was time to show them something truly interesting. The blue-haired woman had no idea what was about to happen. Suddenly, huge cracks started spreading across the ground. It was the protagonist's hand that had caused it right under their feet. An earthquake had started. It happened too fast. There was already an obstacle in their path. Everything unfolding before their eyes was just surreal. With a single hand, the zombie was doing something truly unbelievable. Even the paperweight found his escape completely cut off, defying both the laws of physics and common sense. Half of the city rose into the air, as if it were a wall. The massive structure now dominated the horizon. Inside the city, bystanders couldn't comprehend what they were seeing. Dawn realized it was as if the city itself was floating. Even though she was far from the battle, it was obvious that something extraordinary was happening. All of this was caused by the protagonist's sheer strength. With the human's escape completely blocked, it resumed his pursuit of the paperweight. Grabbing his face with one hand, it dragged him to the edge of the city. With the paperweight in his grasp, he asked, "Now, do you feel threatened?" Holding the mangled man in his hand, the protagonist was not impressed at all. In the end, A confirmed something. He was right. He couldn't control a robot's mind. But since the boss was still part human, his brain must still be intact. He tightened his grip on the paperweight's skull, sending a command to the viral cells in his bloodstream. The virus had reached his brain. Suddenly, the protagonist saw his memories. Ever since he was a child, he had been an orphan. He had undergone numerous body modifications. So many that there was almost nothing human left of him. The protagonist was sure this paperweight's life was miserable. Staying alive was more painful than dying, dropping him off the edge of the cliff. Espered him. Seeing those memories had ruined his mood. Luckily, Ed didn't die from the fall. He was saved by the blue-haired woman. She had witnessed the entire final interaction. She was stunned that the zombie could read memories. With nothing left to do there, he vanished in a flash. The next morning, he woke up in a panic. He knew he had lost control of his emotions again. Being in that form was terrifying for him. He had to constantly remind himself that he was a good and kind zombie. After packing his bags, he got ready to leave the human city. But just as he tried to sneak away, Violet showed up. She demanded to know, "Where do you think you're going?" Still in shock, A started to worry. He didn't want to silence a witness. Rushing towards her, A apologized for what he was about to do. But his attack came to a screeching halt when he saw something strange, a document. It was his official appointment as vice-president. The document was simply a formalization of what had already earned. Holding the paper in his hands, A stood there, unable to comprehend the situation. He could hardly believe it was real. Was that really the chief's signature? Violet confirmed it. A immediately asked, "Did the chief say anything?" According to Violet, the only thing the chief said was, "The vice president is an excellent human being." As she left, she added, "I look forward to the day you become president. On that day, you will finally achieve what you set out to do." Inside the hospital room, the paperweight was slowly recovering. The blue-haired woman was frustrated by his decision, because now they had a zombie as a vice-president. But for the chief, that wasn't the issue. The creator's strength was necessary to capture Professor Jaime. Still, the woman remained cautious. What if the zombie lost control again? The chief didn't care. Instead, he asked, "Have you prepared everything?" Now there was only one objective, to completely eradicate Professor Jaime. On the ocean, several enormous warships were sailing. Meanwhile, at the zombie shelter, one of them was riling up the masses. They claimed that their king had been captured by humans. The king was their only pillar of support. They couldn't lose him like this. Slowly, more and more zombies began to agree with the idea of retaliation. Some of the other leaders just watched Barman's stupidity, but decided not to intervene because only the king could stop this. Meanwhile, the aircraft carrier continued on its course across the ocean. The chief gave an order to all personnel. "This is our only chance to capture Professor Jaime, whatever it takes." In an abandoned city, the protagonist was walking alongside Dawn. She was amazed by the place. Suddenly, a large regiment of soldiers approached. They stood before him and saluted. They were ready to receive orders from their new, all-powerful leader, the zombie vice president. They declared their loyalty. They were the 4th Division. From now on, they would only take orders from him. The poor zombie was left speechless. I never expected to have so much military power. That regiment alone not only had countless battle tanks, it was made up of 12,000 soldiers. Not believing they would obey any order, the protagonist asked what the soldier would do if he ordered him to end his own life. Without hesitation, the soldier immediately pulled out a grenade, declaring that the vice-president's orders were absolute. It had been an honor to serve him. The zombie panicked and quickly told him to stop. He had only been joking. He had to throw the grenade far away before he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. A side character with main character syndrome was struggling to accept the vice president's authority, assuming he must be weak. He couldn't understand why someone so frail was in charge of such a critical region. They introduced themselves as members of the Stainless Steel Academy. They had been sent to assist in the capture of the target. Dawn recognized them immediately. They were President Bang and Vice President Chewie. They looked incredibly strong. Meanwhile, on the aircraft carrier, a samurai was questioning his presence on this mission. He didn't understand why he had been deployed, or how a newcomer had been promoted to vice president. The blue-haired woman reminded him that he was sent to help, not to give his opinion. He needed to understand his place. Gang, however, was still confused. Why had they put a rookie in charge of such a strategic position? The chief replied nonchalantly, "If you don't believe in him, the rookie can beat you until you cry." Gang laughed, thinking it was a bluff. He was sure he was stronger than the chief. Inside his fortress, Professor Jaime observed a massive military mobilization. The city where he was hiding was completely surrounded by enemies. He authorized the release of the zombies. With just the push of a button, a horde of the undead advanced. A young man with glasses noticed something strange among them. One of the zombies was different. There were a lot of them, but they were no match for modern firearms. The overconfident side characters complained that the task was too easy. As they approached the fallen zombies, the protagonist noticed something. They didn't belong to his tribe. Dawn, standing beside him, pretended she hadn't heard anything. The cocky soldier mocked the vice president, telling him to go back home to safety since he was useless. Weaklings like him should be playing video games instead. That comment irritated the protagonist, but before A could react, they were suddenly interrupted by the arrival of a powerful zombie. Looking at the creature, the protagonist recognized it immediately. A had no idea what little varmint was doing there. The young man with the glasses was thrilled. It was the first time he'd ever seen such a powerful zombie. Excitedly, he hoped the creature would put on a real show. Hours earlier, Varmint had failed to convince the other zombies to join him. Only number 7 had followed him. 7 had only come to drop off some gasoline and planned to leave right away. He refused to disobey the king's orders, but he wished his friend good luck. Varmint was confident the king wouldn't find out. He called his companion a coward. Brimming with self-confidence, he declared that he didn't need anyone. He could take out the humans all by himself. Then, suddenly, he caught a strange scent. It was that smell that alerted the mad scientist to his presence. And so, little Varmint had run into the human forces. Dawn had no idea what that creature was. Meanwhile, the protagonist was worried about his friend. Varmint started drinking straight from the gas can. The liquid spilled all over his body due to his ravenous chugging. Dawn was completely bewildered by what she was witnessing. Finally, the zombie reveled up its chainsaw. With a furious roar, it prepared to start the massacre. The sound was so intense that the windows shattered as Dawn covered her ears. Even the other soldiers had to shield themselves from the noise. The only one affected was the protagonist. The sonic shockwave was so powerful it sent people flying in all directions. Dawn was growing more and more terrified. This creature was dangerous. Varmint, filled with rage, declared his intention to eliminate all humans. One of the stainless steel soldiers was thrilled at the chance to fight. He believed they could win. The vice president didn't hesitate. He grabbed Dawn's arm and started running. She didn't understand why they were fleeing. There were 2 powerful warriors who could help. With perfect calm, the protagonist explained that the stainless steel soldiers had no chance of winning. Dawn was worried by that statement. He assured her wasn't kidding. That chainsaw zombie was really strong. Then he revealed the truth. Varmint possessed an immortal body. The stainless steel soldiers laughed at the vice president for running away, but before they could continue mocking him, one of their own was suddenly knocked senseless. He was thrown with such force that he crashed into a battle tank. The cocky soldier turned to see what had just happened. But now his back was turned to his opponent. On the other side, his subordinate was foaming at the mouth, completely unconscious. Only then did he realize the zombie was right in front of him. Varmint, with a chilling politeness, asked, "How would you like to die?" "Go hide upstairs." On the roof of a building, the protagonist had gotten his allies to safety. On the avenue below, the destruction raged uncontrollably. The guy with the glasses was thrilled. This was the most powerful zombie he had ever seen. The stainless steel soldier, however, was not enjoying how the fight was going. One moment he was getting pummeled at, and the next, he was getting pummeled again. That supposedly strong human was nothing more than a toy in his enemy's hands. He hit the ground like a rotten fruit fallen from a tree, only to be immediately kicked in the head, like a penalty kick. His body flew across the battlefield, crashing into his already unconscious subordinate. Finally, the chainsaw-wielding creature approached, its weapon still roaring viciously. It was at that moment the stainless steel soldier realized he could never wear that pair of underwear again. If it weren't for the blade on his arm, it would have been in deep trouble. Up on the rooftop, the protagonist silently watched the battle. Dawn was nervous, but she was sure that soldier wouldn't survive much longer. Down below, the stainless steel soldier did his best to turn the fight around. He stared into the creature's eyes, only to freeze in terror and scream for his mommy. He didn't want to die like this. A genuinely embarrassing moment witnessed it by two people who wished they hadn't seen it. Meanwhile, hidden in his lab, the mad scientist reveled in the suffering of humans. The beatdown continued while the protagonist simply watched. Regular soldiers couldn't be deployed, it would be completely useless. Filled with fear, one of them asked the vice president, "What are you actually going to do?" The protagonist didn't understand why his own subordinate hadn't recognized him. Turning to Dawn, it told her, "You'll be responsible for beating some sense into that thing." Dawn immediately panicked. She was sure she wasn't capable of doing anything. Then, the vice president held out his hand, asked her to extend her arm, and then bit her. Dawn screamed in shock. It took her a moment to process what had just happened. She thought it was about to control her mind and turn her into a puppet, but the zombie reassured her, "I'm not that kind of guy. All he asked was, just don't hit it too hard." On the battlefield, the stainless steel soldier was still squirming for his life. The chainsaw zombie was enjoying his suffering. Then, a voice interrupted, "That doesn't look like any fun at all." The zombie turned, hearing the sound of a mocking laugh. Dawn stepped forward, dragging a massive machine gun. Completely transformed, she challenged the monster. "Why don't you play with me instead?" The zombie cells inside her body activated immediately. They spread rapidly, rewriting her original genetic code. New nucleotides were formed, and she became something completely different from what she once was. The chainsaw zombie was intrigued by this little girl standing before him. Then he became furious. "How dare such a small, insignificant creature act so boldly?" Dawn smirked, "You're just a show-off, and honestly, there's nothing special about you." Before he could answer, she unleashed a hail of bullets. The projectiles flew forward, but the zombie didn't move. It dodged effortlessly, weaving between the shots like it was nothing. Meanwhile, the stainless steel soldier curled up in the fetal position, trying to hide. The poor guy was crying, praying that no one would find out what happened to his underwear. The battle grew fiercer, and the other stainless steel soldier took the opportunity to rescue his commander. By then, Dawn had closed the distance. She could have landed a powerful blow, but instead, she shoved multiple grenades into the chainsaw zombie's mouth. "This is just for dessert," she whispered. Then, she detonated them. The explosion sent her flying backward, but the chainsaw zombie just dusted itself off. That didn't even hurt. In fact, it tickled. Before he could finish his sentence, Dawn punched him in the face again and again. She was having a blast. She liked the fact that he was a sturdy punching bag. Terrified, the soldier asked the vice president, "What did you do to her?" And they learned that her genes had been modified. Without a doubt, she could still get stronger. Finally, Barmint admitted that he was starting to feel pain. Meanwhile, Dawn was smiling uncontrollably. She loved this feeling. The stainless steel soldiers didn't know what was scarier at this point. Without hesitation, Barmint declared, "That little bit of strength of yours isn't enough to stop me," but he was abruptly caught off guard. The girl had already jumped on his chainsaw. She kicked him in the face so hard it practically grew wings. As his body flew through the air, his expression couldn't hide the pain he felt. He rolled across the ground for several yards, completely overwhelmed. Face down, he struggled to understand what had just happened. Still, the battle raged on, completely destroying the avenue. The stainless steel soldiers were stunned by the girl's strength. They figured she had been faking her weakness the whole time. Lifting a huge bazooka, she announced, "It's time for a little bang bang." From his position, the protagonist noticed something unusual. Barmint was complaining about his pain. Then, he grabbed another can of gasoline to drink. Both combatants were having the time of their lives. Meanwhile, the stainless steel soldiers were in a total panic. The bazooka fired. The projectile shot towards the creature, but mid-flight, the missile was sliced in half. Barmint had moved so fast it caught the girl by surprise. Her body was torn to shreds in the process. The air filled with an overwhelming red mist. The stainless steel soldiers were horrified. To them, she was already dead. Varmint confidently declared, I cannot be defeated, humans are just wasting their time trying. On the rooftop, the protagonist clenched his fist. That simple gesture was enough to command the zombie cells to work their magic. Her body began to regenerate completely. Varmint watched in disbelief. It couldn't comprehend what was happening. It was then that Dawn spoke, I'm turning undead too. The stainless steel soldiers were completely horrified as her wounds were fully restored. The fight between them seemed endless. Dawn wanted to keep having fun. The stainless steel soldiers, however, were terrified. They had never seen so many lunatics in one place. At this point, all they wanted was for someone to save them. Varmint was in shock, and no longer knew who the real zombie was in this battle. The vice president watched intently. Meanwhile, his soldier was trying his best not to soil his underwear again. He didn't expect the girl to become so powerful. Her body was evolving rapidly. The pain he was feeling was extremely real. Knowing it to end this quickly, it was time to discipline his subordinate. Dawn was becoming more dangerous as the fight went on. With lightning-fast agility, she closed the distance between her and her opponent once more. Her attacks were so fast and powerful that Varmint couldn't react. He was thrown around the city like a punching bag. Battered from every angle at the girl's hands, he had become completely useless. Lying on the ground, defeated, he struggled to understand what this creature before him was. It got no answer. He struggled to understand what this creature before him was. It got no answer. Instead, his head was repeatedly slammed against the pavement. Finally, he screamed in desperation, I give up. Please, no more. I beg for mercy, I'll leave right away. Just stop hitting me. The vice president calmly watched the situation. Meanwhile, in the distance, the mad scientist was also watching. Finally, the girl planted her machine gun on the ground. Varmint sighed in relief, he had finally gotten a break from his punishment. Then, it took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. This sent the girl flying backward, crashing into bystanders and irritating the vice president with such reckless behavior. He was yet that she had believed those words. She shouldn't have let her guard down. Things would always go back to normal. Hearing this reprimand, Dawn protested, I didn't know that was going to happen. Varmint guessed she had been under the effect of stimulants, which had now worn off. He warned her, never trust the words of a zombie. The mad scientist was impressed by the creator's ability to launch a surprise attack. Meanwhile, the vice president was genuinely annoyed, grinding his teeth maliciously. The mad scientist believed this was the most powerful creature he had ever seen. Now, the three humans were terrified, fearing for their lives. Then, something new caught their attention. A new figure had appeared on the battlefield. The two locked eyes, but the mad scientist didn't think this newcomer could pose a real challenge. The problem was, Varmint recognized him immediately. The protagonist asked, do you still remember who I am, little Varmint? Everyone on that street, except for the protagonist, was terrified. The mad scientist, however, didn't understand, why wasn't his creature moving? Varmint was frozen stiff, paralyzed with fear. The protagonist questioned him again, why did you disobey my orders? Memories of the past resurfaced, the day an arrogant zombie had entered his territory. That figure had been neither fully human nor fully zombie. With such a weak personality, he would never become his subordinate. Dawn had no idea what they were discussing. One of the bystanders noticed something alarming. Varmint had wet himself. Gasoline was dripping from his legs and pollen on the ground. Varmint was so terrified he couldn't speak. The longer it went on, the more gasoline continued to spill. The mad scientist was furious. He couldn't understand why his creature had stopped attacking. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked at his subordinate with an expression of disappointment. Varmint was still too scared to say a single word. In the past, he had been completely defeated by the king. His former subordinates had been shocked by the battle. Now, the protagonist demanded answers. Why are you so quiet? Taking advantage of the silence, it was his turn to speak. He explained why he had to be obeyed. This terrified Varmint even more, and the mad scientist had an absolute meltdown. He couldn't understand why his creature was so scared, but it didn't know the full story. Varmint had an immortal body, yet he was dismembered and hung from a tree for 300 years. Now, frustrated with the fight, the mad scientist tried everything to force his creature to respond to commands. Finally, Varmint spoke. I never, ever forgot the orders I received? The mad scientist's control panel shattered, and Varman turned and fled. As ran, shouted, if someone wants to fight the king, fight him yourselves. The mad scientist was speechless. Dawn and the stainless steel soldiers were equally dumbfounded. Even the protagonist himself admitted that reaction had been a bit over the top. The battle against the zombies was finally over. This was the first time the mad scientist had lost control of a zombie, but he had plenty more critters and was ready to use them, until the professor interrupted. The main forces were almost at their hideout. Above the city, a helicopter was flying overhead. They were finally able to reach the underground hideout. The blue-eyed woman turned to the spy and asked, is this the place? The spy confirmed, yes. It's 6 stories deep and spans 11,000 square meters. Not exactly good news, they would have to search every inch of the hideout. The overconfident samurai declared, sometimes, the best way to solve a problem is to use overwhelming force. Then he jumped out of the helicopter, straight towards the hideout, stealing the aircraft. The blue-haired woman called him an irresponsible idiot. The faster he fell, the more powerful his attack would be. He didn't care about strategy, he just wanted to show off the sheer force of his attack. Then, a massive explosion erupted in the city. It was so powerful that it destroyed a large part of the ground. He now had access to the underground hideout. Sheathing his sword, he said, this is faster than taking the elevator. The blue-haired woman scoffed. She found his show of force ridiculous and told him, you should use your earpiece, you might set off a trap. The boss corrected her, in the face of absolute power, there's no such thing as a successful trap. Then he also jumped from the helicopter, leaving the 2nd Defense Unit behind with her remaining subordinates. To the blue-haired woman, they're all the same. On the ground, the troops continued to advance. They entered the hideout and searched for any resistance, but in the area they were in, there was no one. The more they searched, the more they realized the place was empty. Escaping wasn't an option, the routes were blocked. They had detection systems so precise they could catch even a mosquito in midair. The blue-haired woman wanted to join the action. She wasn't happy about having to stay behind. Her subordinate tried to calm her down, saying it was an order from their superiors. Still furious, she cursed them out, wishing them bad luck. Far away, the professor was safe. Knowing that the humans had entered his old hideout, it was time to execute Plan A. Inside a large containment chamber, the being that was meant to be the zombie king was stored. The samurai picked up the note and began to read. It was a taunt, a challenge to release the zombie king if you're brave enough. Hal ordered a soldier to blow up the glass, but the boss suddenly stopped him. Their mission was to capture people, not take unnecessary risks. Saying that plan had failed, the professor's team immediately moved on to the next plan. A countdown began, and with barely any time to react, a massive explosion went off. The soldiers did their best to protect themselves. As the smoke cleared, the boss watched intently. The smoke samurai was unimpressed by the trap. Then the mad scientist announced, the containment chamber has been opened. The professor smiled. Finally, humanity would meet its end, the dawn of a new species. He wanted his creation to annihilate all life, including his own. The steel samurai waited to see what kind of creature would emerge. I never expected the zombie king to be just a small child. Both the boss and the steel samurai were confused. The boss warned the samurai to be cautious. It may look fragile, but it could be extremely dangerous. The samurai attacked immediately, but the creature was even faster. The boss was in shock. It's powerful, he confirmed. He immediately ordered everyone to evacuate. The top priority was ensuring his soldiers escaped. The foolish masses desperately ran for the exit, but the steel samurai wasn't satisfied with the result. He launched another attack. This time, he managed to split the creature in two. Literally each half of the zombie spawned a new one. Of all the possible outcomes, this was the worst. Now, they had 2 creatures to fight, but it didn't take long for them to merge back into one. The little zombie waited, watching how the humans would move. The mad scientist ordered the release of more zombies. This would create enough of a distraction for them to escape. Following the plan, the hordes of zombies began to flood the city. Both the president and the blue-haired woman watch as the chaos unfolds. The young officer reported, there are too many of them. The situation is going to get worse soon. He wanted to set up a defensive line, but his commander ordered him to fall back and just observe. Letting down her magnificent hair, she said, "This is just a warm-up." With her sword in hand, she was ready to start annihilating zombies with a perfect stance. Her threatening aura became apparent. In the blink of an eye, the blue-haired woman was already engaged in battle. Her strikes were precise, swift, powerful, and so strong they sent the zombies flying. Her strength was incredible. She sliced through the trunk of a tree, causing it to bend from the force. Using the elastic energy, she launched herself into the air. Her subordinate couldn't believe what he was seeing. Up there, she glided through the horde, cutting down every zombie in her path. Her sword was the first thing to touch the ground. Then she landed gracefully, balancing perfectly on the tip of the blade. Then, a light drizzle of zombie remains began to fall over the city. The young officer was completely stunned, and never imagined his commander was so strong. Looking at the foot on his blade, he realized something. She was truly amazing. If their enemies wanted to use the cows as a distraction to escape, they needed to rethink that strategy. The mad scientist was frustrated. That crazy woman had eliminated all the zombies they had released. He was sure this wouldn't have happened if they still had the chainsaw zombie. However, more zombies were discreetly spreading throughout the city. Two of the main characters' subordinates were watching the movement. They were wearing masks to protect themselves from the airborne agent that made the zombies lose control. The man who looked like a lawn shark approached a nearby zombie to ask if it had seen his colleague, but the creature was very rude to him, telling him to get lost. Annoyed, he muttered that the creators in this place were very unfriendly. His mission was to find their runaway friend to avoid a potential punishment from the king. On the lowest level of the underground hideout, the so-called strongest zombie remained motionless. The humans looked at the creature with slight apprehension, and the little zombie wanted them to keep playing with it like this. It seemed like some kind of taunt. It ended up working very well. The steel samurai declared that if that little zombie still wanted to play, it was still too soft. With his katana held firmly, he didn't hesitate to strike with precision. Once again, he managed to slice the small creature into two pieces. The small pieces bounced on the ground until they joined back together, forming a single body again. The steel samurai was getting tired of this situation. It couldn't stand watching his enemy constantly running away. It ordered it to man up and face him in a proper fight. It seemed the little zombie would finally agree. It spat out its pacifier. And then, a metamorphosis began to take place throughout its body. To the human surprise, it now had very interesting attributes, revealing a form they didn't expect to see on a zombie. In fact, it was truly impressive how much it had managed to change its appearance. It seemed the zombie was gradually learning to control this new body. They had no idea how that was possible. Smiling sweetly at the humans, the transformed zombie hinted that things were about to take a different turn. Using all the charm she had just gained from her transformation, she playfully asked the men to keep playing with her. The steel samurai declared it would cut her to pieces until nothing was left. He mounted one of his most powerful attacks at her, but even at the peak of his strength, it was useless. His sword was stopped with just one of her fingers. He kept pushing against her, but the zombies weren't even trying. Faced with this problem, he realized his enemy was far more powerful than had imagined. Looking back, he called the boss to help him in the battle. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the boss was already equipped with his most powerful armor, but he never got a chance to attack. He was suddenly struck by the zombie. He was sent flying hundreds of yards from that spot. The impact was so strong that even the protagonist's zombie underlings wondered what it was. The same sound was heard by the presidents on the city's surface. His body had become a projectile, crashing into the top of a building and causing a massive explosion. After that, his body bounced around the city until it finally landed at the feet of the vice president's subordinates. They didn't know what to do with the human, and they thought about helping him, but since they were zombies, they decided to just leave him be. From beneath the city, smoke and debris began to rise. The blue-bearded woman noticed that another projectile had been launched. She recognized him immediately. It was the boss of the Stainless Steel Academy. The samurai had been overwhelmed by his enemy, and now he could barely move. Even so, he did his best to mutter few words to his colleagues, and soon they came face to face with that extremely dangerous female figure. On the other side of the city, a barbecue was being patiently prepared. They said it was the first time they'd ever seen a barbecue that also included eggs. The extras were much friendlier now, and one of them had prepared a special tea for the vice president. After tasting it, he commented that it wasn't sweet enough. And not yet, one of the extras wanted to know who had made that tea, because for the vice president, only the best should be served. In the middle of their meal, they heard a sharp sound that unsettled them. The female zombie continued to mock the humans and struck a threatening pose. The president knew that this being was different from the others and could be a huge problem for them. The rivals agreed to a temporary truce. It was crucial that they worked together right now. The zombie's face was now etched with a deep expression of contempt. Dawn felt explosions coming from the other side of the city. They were getting closer. The vice president decided to take matters into his own hands. It announced that he was going to see what was happening. There was no time to lose. The blue-bearded woman had already launched at the enemy with her sword. Although she hit her target, the cut was too shallow. The president was already on the creator's tail, closing in at high speed, but her attack was intercepted. She was caught off guard by a move that only a ballerina could perform. As she struggled to recover from the blow, the zombie taunted her, saying that kind of speed was nothing impressive. The president was ready to counterattack, positioning herself in a way that put her opponent at risk. Her leg swung toward the zombie's head like a scythe. This time she managed to make contact. The zombie smiled, saying it was pathetic how little strength she had. The president backed off to give her colleague space to attack with slashes, but not a single one managed to hit the creator's body. From a distance, the steel samurai watched the destruction caused by the fight between the three of them. He hoped they could hold the creature off a little longer. All he needed was just 2 more minutes, because he was now about to activate his emergency armor, and as if he were the main character of some generic mecha anime, he began to suit up. The zombie watched him with great interest, clearly enjoying what she was seeing. And to be honest, it really did look like something out of a Gundam series. His powerful form was called a Steel Heart, and he was using its first version. The president was annoyed by this, realizing that the creator was ignoring them. They took advantage of the distraction to launch a combined attack on the zombie, who barely flinched. Ignoring women awakens a violent reflex in them, and that's exactly what the zombie provoked. But before they could land a blow, she revealed something unexpected, a huge tongue. It was a distraction for both women, as her transformation was still in progress, changing her entire body. The shockwave from the blow she struck on the ground sent both women flying. What was once a woman had now transformed into a figure very familiar to tremble. Without armor and with a heart of steel, the samurai was convinced he could do something. The women were in shock. They didn't know the zombie was capable of transforming. Terrified by what they were witnessing, they weren't sure if they could win this battle anymore. The giant zombie and the steel samurai, now in one of the coolest cosplays ever, were on a collision course. Facing off, they decided this fight would be settled with a single attack. Immediately, they both prepared to end it all with one blow, but the zombie's strength far surpassed his own. The clash between them sent a massive shockwave of destruction across the battlefield. The women nearby couldn't do anything to stop it. Coincidentally, the vice president and Dawn had just arrived on the scene. Through the smoke, a silhouette could be seen. Unfortunately, the armor was more stylish than functional. The steel samurai had lost part of his body. The muscular zombie mocked him, declaring that he had lost. It seemed the samurai assumed it was a rhetorical statement, even with half his torso missing. He claimed he was still in the fight. Apparently, he would only admit defeat on saying no longer existed. Dawn looked at the destruction, wondering if they were even in the right place. She had no idea what was going on. The protagonist noticed a very familiar scent in the air. The creator showed a radiant of empathy towards the samurai and decided to reveal her true power, hoping it would finally give up. It definitely didn't expect the zombie to be capable of getting even stronger. The muscles on her back began to grow at an absurd rate. Her hair rose into the air. It was almost as if she was going Super Saiyan. To everyone's surprise, she now looked like a generic manga character. Even the women weren't prepared for this. The scientists had no control over her in this form, but the professor simply said, "She's the zombie kin." This was to be expected. The creator announced there was no reason to continue the battle, but the samurai was too proud to accept it. The women also moved in, preparing to attack her together. Smiling, Nasami warned them that swift attacks were useless. All it took was a simple flick of her finger and the armless samurai went flying. Everyone was sent flying, and the samurai lost his armor completely. The force of the impact shattered all the windows in the nearest building. As they were thrown into the distance, the women tried to recover somehow. Thanks to the power of plot convenience, they landed right next to the vice president. He caught them in his arms, preventing them from getting any more injured. Dawn was horrified. She never imagined both presidents could be defeated so easily. The steel extras were also worried about what had happened to their leader. Being the typical proud warrior, he claimed he could still fight. The zombie smiled, saying she had allowed them to live, but they were still acting stubborn. Exhausted, Violet warned them. This was the zombie king, it was better to run away immediately. The blue-bearded woman reinforced her warning, leaving Dan to ref it. The zombie king pointed at the humans, ordering her minions to attack. A horde of undead outcasts charged forward in a fury. The extras were terrified. And not only did they have no idea where all these creatures came from, but they also couldn't do anything about it. The woman in the blue gear urged the vice president to order everyone to leave or this place would become their grave. The zombies advanced, hungry. Meanwhile, the professor was delighted with the magnitude of the zombie king's power. The protagonist dropped the two women to the ground, feeling disrespected by what he had just heard. The blue-haired woman was a bit surprised by his reaction. Then, he let out a powerful roar, ordering the creatures to disappear at once. That alone was enough to stop their advance completely. The creatures froze around him, unable to disobey his command. It was as if they instinctively knew that a truly supreme sixth stood before them. Even the one who called herself the true zombie king was stunned by what was happening. Now she was intrigued by this mysterious figure who had caused the protagonist to lose control of his emotions once again. Walking over the zombies as if they were mere stepping stones, he demanded to know what title he should claim for himself, since an imposter had already proclaimed herself king. An idiot silence fell over the entire city, and the poor zombies instinctively parted to clear a path for the protagonist. The armless samurai could barely process what he was witnessing. Meanwhile, as the protagonist approached his enemy, he noticed it was strangely quiet. He positioned himself on top of the mountain of corpses. The creature looked at him, perplexed. The protagonist then asked, without any mockery, if a cat had gotten its tongue. The armless samurai was completely dumbfounded by what he was seeing. Dawn, on the other hand, was in shock. This was the protagonist's true form. With a subtle smirk, the zombie king finally understood that his enemy was also a zombie. Realizing this, the armless samurai demanded to know how the Afterlife Academy allowed a zombie to become vice-president. Violet immediately told him to shut up. The two powerful beings stared each other down. They had decided, the one who survived this battle would be the true king. Both were ready to engage in a fierce fight. The evil creature landed a direct blow on the protagonist, but the vice-president just scoffed at it, mocking that it must have skipped breakfast today. It took the zombie king a moment to realize his enemy was truly powerful. He then took a devastating punch. The shockwave from the blow sent the zombies below them flying. The flying zombies lit up the night sky. Meanwhile, the only thing that kept the fake zombie king from taking off too was the fact that he didn't have wings. Its body continued to soar across the city. The distance it traveled from a single punch was incredible. It was thrown so far that it left the continent and crashed into the ocean. Its impact was so violent that it smashed into battleship, throwing the entire crew into chaos. The shockwave rocked the vessel as the creature struggled to regain its balance. Watching the battle, the mad professor was completely bewildered. He had no idea how it was possible. They never knew that guy was also a zombie. Despite the brutal impact, the attack hadn't done enough damage to finish it off. The scientists couldn't even measure the potential of this new combatant. Meanwhile, the zombie king suddenly started lifting the entire battleship with his bare hands. Dawn was alarmed. She had just noticed something even more dangerous falling from the sky. A submarine was thrown into the middle of the city, and the zombie king smirked, declaring that he was indeed full of energy. The destruction in the city was reaching catastrophic levels. Trembling with fear, Dawn muttered that it would be best to leave this place immediately. Elsewhere, the lonely, shark-like zombie was repairing the steel samurai's body. His friend scolded him, telling him to stop welding immediately. He turned it around and did as he was told. The boss was furious. Those buffoons had welded what should have been cut and cut what should have been welded. Looking toward the horizon, they felt the overwhelming presence of the true king. Meanwhile, the battle in the city continued in full force. The protagonist gained the high ground, positioning himself above his adversary. He began to taunt him, trying to provoke him. Dawn remained terrified, still in shock from the vice president's true form. Something was approaching fast. The protagonist maneuvered a rope in his hands, wrapping it tightly around the zombie king's neck. This way, he had his enemy exactly where he wanted him. The armless samurai was still struggling to accept that this being was a zombie. Meanwhile, the vice-president refused to let his enemy get away. The moment he pulled him in, he delivered a crushing blow, and judging by the sting of the impact, the soles of his boots must have been soaked in lemon juice. The force of the kick sent his enemy flying into the stratosphere. It thought it could play with the rope too, but as soon as it tried to pull, the protagonist cut it. The creature plummeted from the sky like a missile, crashing into the city. The extras watched everything like spectators at an event. Meanwhile, the protagonist seemed to be having a lot of fun with all of this. His enemy tried to attack him at an incredible speed. It claimed it wasn't trying to run away, it just wanted to change the battlefield. Now the two were much closer to the ocean. The protagonist had landed on one of the aircraft carriers. Some of the crew members noticed what happened, assuming he was just an ordinary person. Looking at his opponent, he remarked at how much it seemed to enjoy throwing things. Now the crew members started to panic, realizing that this was a zombie. Some of them considered abandoning the ship. The fake king then said that he also liked to throw things. Back in the city, the chief was watching the fight alongside two of the king's subordinates. He said they should flee immediately. He knew the vice president was strong. They shouldn't underestimate the mad professor. The lungfish shark-looking zombie told the human to shut up. He should be paying attention to what was happening. There was nothing that could defeat the king. Not even a god would be able to pull it off. The protagonist who had been on the aircraft carrier suddenly disappeared. He reappeared right in front of his opponent. The fake king realized he had gotten even faster. He was then brutally punched in the face. The impact was so powerful it launched him out of the Earth's orbit. He soared through space until he realized he was no longer on Earth. And then he noticed a massive object heading straight for him. A full-sized ship had been thrown at him. The gigantic aircraft carrier crashed into the zombie, embedding him in the moon. Back on Earth, no one could explain how any of this was happening. How was he so strong? Why was physics being completely ignored? The protagonist was now sitting in a lifeboat. Meanwhile, the moon now had an aircraft carrier stuck to it. There was no point in trying to run away anymore. Anywhere they went would be just as dangerous. The furious creature declared that this wasn't over. He began to use all his strength to free himself from the aircraft carrier. After finally getting it off of him, he used the moon to propel himself back to Earth, and the protagonist was just waiting for him to get closer. Preparing for a jump, he began to gather his strength. No, he too was heading into space. However, he used the aircraft carrier to keep gaining momentum and return to Earth. The battle between the monsters was far from over. Knowing the ship contained a nuclear reactor, the creator rushed towards it, destroying part of its structure. He wanted the protagonist to experience his destructive power. The ship that had once been floating in Earth's orbit was now plummeting towards the ground. The impact created a massive explosion. Everyone watching the battle was completely terrified. A shockwave from the explosion began to tear everything apart around it. It was so massive it could be seen from multiple places on the planet. Its mushroom cloud rose far beyond the clouds. The protagonist's friends and the humans ran to take cover from the approaching shockwave. He was on another ship, preparing to close in on his enemy. His jump was so forceful it made the entire vessel shake. And now the creator realized he was once again face to face with his enemy. Watching him closely, the protagonist's adversary wanted more, because he was just getting started. After everything that had happened, the protagonist was finally starting to get worried. Meanwhile, the creator made a proposition. I believed this was a battle with no winners. They should stop fighting immediately. Instead, they should work together to destroy the world. As he spoke, he threw the protagonist's body across the city. He proposed they split the world in half, each ruling their own side while staying out of each other's way. Dawn was a little worried about that last attack. Meanwhile, the creator wanted to know the protagonist's opinion. The protagonist had no interest in destroying the world. Watching the fight, the chief said that none of this made any sense, which in his opinion was reason enough to flee immediately. The two of them were too strong. They should retreat, regain their strength, and plan a counterattack. But the lungfish shark-looking zombie told him to shut up. He was talking too much nonsense. He was completely mistaken if he thought the real king was limited to a single transformation. The look of disbelief on the chief's face was unmistakable. With a smirk, the protagonist declared that a creature like that wasn't worth working with. He was deeply offended by the idea of splitting everything in half. The chief continued to watch the fight, still in awe of what was happening. In a threatening tone, the protagonist stated that only the weak talk about destruction or absolute control. Don wanted to know what they were saying, but they were too far away to be heard. The protagonist was now genuinely furious with the creature before him, and by the looks of it, this so-called king would only learn after being taught a proper lesson. The protagonist's face began to change, gaining color, and as his appearance transformed, his power also increased. Watching the change, the women were completely shocked. The gray-skinned being had turned it into a normal person. Was it really possible that he had transformed back? The protagonist now had a human appearance, but a rather generic one. His eyes looked a lot like those of a certain character from a story where the protagonist gets rid of people by writing their names in a notebook. His menacing aura could be felt from miles away, and aboard the ship, the fake king was terrified. Meanwhile, back with the protagonist's subordinates, the chief was with them. One of them hurriedly woke him up, telling him to see for himself what was happening, and needed to witness with his own eyes the being they called their god. Although the protagonist still had long nails, he had become a normal human. No one could explain why he now had a completely human body. As the battle continued, rain began to fall from the sky, and the fake king grew even more frustrated. He was unable to comprehend what kind of existence stood before him. It was impossible for someone to be a zombie and a human at the same time. His attack was about to strike the face of this new entity. But the protagonist did nothing until, suddenly, even the raindrops stopped moving. All had to do was raise one hand, and just like that, the body of the so-called zombie king was lifted into the air. Finally, the raindrops began to move again, but in reverse, rising up into the sky. People were also caught in this reversal of gravity, and Dawn tried to grab onto something to keep from floating away. She wondered if a zombie should have this much power. Not even the huge warships were spared from this force, and even sea creatures began to rise from the ocean. It was a terrifying sight. The creature, completely subdued, still glared defiantly at its opponent. Once it was close enough, the protagonist told it that from now on, it should call him daddy. Even from space, you could see the cataclysm that was forming, a massive tornado. Debris crashed to the ground, and the fish that had been thrown into the air also began to fall. Recovering from the shock, Violetta stated that no zombie should be capable of all this. A gigantic whale crashed onto the roof of a building, and everything was so absurd that even the mad professor was stunned. In his fragile state, the fake zombie king had no idea how any of this was possible. Still holding the lifeless creature in his hand, the babbling seemed to finally come to a conclusion. Those who witnessed everything had no idea what had happened. The protagonist casually dropped the zombie. Its body crumpled to the ground. It landed completely lifeless, revealing it was nothing more than an empty shell. The boss was curious. I didn't understand why the creature wasn't moving anymore. The long shark laughed, saying it must have literally died of fright. The boss didn't even know that was possible. On the mad scientist's side, they were also in complete disbelief. This shouldn't have been possible. It was time for them to get to the helicopter. The entire fleet along this coast had been destroyed. This was their only chance to escape it. It was now or never. The mad scientist tried to flee, but was immediately frozen in shock. The most powerful being of all was already standing right next to him. They had never revealed their real position, there was no way he could have found them. With his generic terrifying gaze, the protagonist said nothing. He simply watched as those around him trembled in fear. He wanted to know if they would surrender willingly or if they preferred to suffer the same fate as the zombie king. They had one whole second to decide. Everyone immediately chose to surrender, except for the mad professor who was still resisting. The protagonist then gave him a more serious look, and just like that, the man who should have been executed ended up being captured alive. The others still didn't know what was wrong with him. He was acting very different. Reverting to his normal form, he admitted that his transformation was terrifying, but that he preferred to be a kind and gentle person. Violetta suggested that Dawn go ask him about it, but she was also too scared of the vice president. So, Violetta encouraged her, saying that one day they'd probably make her the vice president of the zombies anyway. Nervous but determined, Dawn approached him and asked if he was okay, since they were about to leave. He stood up, saying he was hungry. This scared her so much she almost jumped back. But at that moment, what he really wanted was just a more durable shirt. With that, she realized he was back to his usual calm self. She asked if he remembered anything, and he said yes, but his memories were a bit fuzzy. He had lost track of time, but he was sure he had faced many zombies like that before. However, since they were all too weak, and never bothered to remember each of those encounters. Inside the prison transport vehicle, the mad scientist wanted to know what the professor was thinking. The professor smiled. He never expected such a powerful being could exist, but he was sure that he would eventually get a sample of his genius and create an even stronger entity. The zombie king had been defeated and Professor Jaime was finally in custody. With that, the protagonist was thrust into the spotlight. People wanted to become president too. He would need to manage and protect his cities. If he failed to expand his population, he would lose the title. He chose the city of H even though it was completely abandoned. This worried his superiors, who assumed he would lose his position quickly. But the protagonist was unshakable. He was determined to rule that place. After the formalities were settled, he was officially declared president. A supervisor was furious about his decision to choose a deserted city and an idiot to lead it. Even Violetta acknowledged it was a risky choice. The protagonist's subordinates began moving into their new city. The scene was unprecedented. Human soldiers were actively helping zombies relocate to their new home. Alongside the new president stood the elite of his subordinates. The loan shark confirmed that everything had been done as ordered. All the citizens had been transferred and that was exactly what he wanted. Asking the soldiers to get into formation, a little zombie shuddered. It wasn't used to humans yet, believing they might be dangerous. The soldier reasserted, saying the president's orders were like the commands of a god and that the president's people were its people too. The little zombies struggled to believe those words, but finally, after so long, they had a place to call home. Sometimes, for a race to prosper, war is necessary. In fact, besides being powerful, the protagonist was an extremely wise being. They wanted to know what should be done with Varmint, since he had been hanging there for several months as punishment, but the protagonist insisted should stay there. His punishment spot was at the very top of the Sea Hall building. At the peak of the building, he was properly restrained, constantly crying and admitting that he was wrong, repeatedly begging for mercy. He swore he would be obedient from now on. He didn't want to become zombie jerky. The citizens were delighted with the changes, finally having a home of their own. Meanwhile, Violet was training hard, determined to get stronger, but she ended up crashing violently into a wall. She tried to recover from the heavy impact. After getting to her feet, she coughed hard. She had no idea how this could be possible. On the other side of the battlefield was Dawn, who had experienced an astonishing power-up. Seeing it firsthand, Violet realized there was nothing she could do. It was a power that couldn't be overcome. It was as if Dawn had two completely different personalities. As Violet watched her closely, the smile on Dawn's face reflected a clear change in her demeanor. Dawn declared she could still fight. Violet, determined to improve, thus head forward at an incredible speed. She maneuvered to get behind her friend, but was suddenly startled by Dawn's completely unnatural head movement, something no normal man would do. This strange sight surprised the president, forcing her to call off her attack. She asked if Dawn was still human, but the shock made her forget about that for now. They were still training, and Dawn launched an aggressive assault. Violet quickly switched to evasive maneuvers, dodging the shots. Dawn's machine gun was chattering away as if it were on a live TV show. Dawn boasted that she was now strong enough to become president. She then began to laugh sadistically, her machine gun still roaring. After dodging for quite a while, Violet finally found cover, but it was clear she was reaching her limit. Her frustration was only surpassed by the anger she felt toward herself. Determined to push on, she demanded that Dawn show her strongest technique now. This triggered the zombie cells in Dawn's body, activating at full power. Violet lunged forward, executing one of her best attacks. But Dawn mocked her, asking if she was even trying, stating that she wouldn't use her best technique against such a weak opponent. Then, in a terrifyingly unpredictable move, the president struck with precision. A clean slice split Dawn's body in two. Despite the pain and damage, all Dawn did was smile. Violet, stunned, wondered why her friend hadn't even tried to dodge. She was completely shocked by that incredible regeneration ability. Dawn's genes were now practically invincible. For Violet, this was too much. She demanded to know what the zombie had done to her. Almost revealing her hints, Dawn asked if Violet finally understood that she could be president too. She lunged at Violet with her bare hands, preparing to land a precise blow. This time, Violet couldn't dodge. She was slammed into the wall. That was enough for her. She suggested they stop the training. Dawn's body began to emit a white smoke. As she returned to normal, she apologized, saying she hadn't done any of that on purpose. Violet wanted to know if she really wasn't a zombie, even after being bitten. Dawn explained that she had undergone multiple tests at the lab, and they confirmed she was still human, but that still didn't explain her extreme regeneration or the unnatural way she moved her. Dawn felt like she could transform whenever she wanted, but she didn't feel any different physical, and whenever she felt exhausted, she could take stimulants without any side effects. Hearing this, Violet's expression turned to pure frustration. She demanded that Dawn get out of her way. She had something important to do. Dawn asked where she was going, but Violet told her it was none of her business. Another subordinate also asked where she was headed. Violet was already rushing toward H City, the protagonist's territory. She boarded a plane in a hurry. The aircraft took off, heading straight for the city. Finally, the plane landed at the airport. The president disembarked in a panic, completely ignoring her subordinate. Outside the city hall building, everything was running as usual. The protagonist was assigning different districts to subordinates. Finally, it was time to assign a role to the lounge shark-looking guy. He was ready to serve loyally and irresponsibly. It was no surprise he looked like a loan shark. The protagonist saw potential in him to manage the city's treasury, making him responsible for all the money. The meeting room door suddenly opened, and recognizing Violet, the protagonist asked what brought her there. The woman hurriedly approached him. The timing was perfect, as he had planned on briefing her about the city's situation, but instead, Violet forcefully grabbed his face, making him bite her arm. Thanking him for what he had done, she told him he could do whatever he wanted with the city. Now she was gone, heading back to her own city. As he left City Hall, he ran into subordinate. Fa was worried about the bite, fearing that the protagonist might now be under her control. If the protagonist ever decided to betray humanity, they would be in serious trouble. But the idea of gaining all that strength and regeneration ability was too tempting. It was worth the risk. He didn't even care if he had to dance for him. Meanwhile, back in the meeting room, the protagonist was trying to figure out what had just happened. After assigning roles to his subordinates, the city slowly began to flourish. There was now a clothing store for zombies, there were barbers, there were janitors all over the city, and even furniture movers. A driving school had been established to teach zombies how to drive, though the zombies weren't exactly used to such things. In the protagonist's office at City Hall, he was observing the city's progress. It gave him an incredible sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, his file was being reviewed by a supervisor. She wasn't impressed by this new chairman's credentials. She couldn't understand what had motivated the Afterlife Academy to appoint him. She soon learned that he was also a zombie, or at least that's what the chairman of the Stainless Steel Academy claimed. But she assumed it was just slander, since rival academies often spread false rumors about each other. Regardless, she didn't like this new chairman. She doubted he had the right personality for the job. Zombie or not, she would check it out for herself in person. Meanwhile, at the North Pole, an expedition was underway. A helicopter was approaching its landing site. In the middle of the sea, a huge ship was breaking its way through the ice. A man greeted Professor Strange. It seemed they had discovered the remnants of an ancient civilization, a desiccated body that was thousands of years old. They made the discovery while conducting some experiments. The body was buried under 500 meters of ice. The professor stressed the importance of being careful, as they couldn't afford to damage it. If it truly belonged to an ancient civilization, this would be one of the greatest discoveries in human history. Slowly, the block of ice was being carefully removed. The professor hoped this would be a major breakthrough for technological advancements. Among them, there were a few suspicious-looking individuals, with their faces hidden under hoods. As the chairman of the archaeology department, it was the first time he had felt so nervous about his work. The crane finally lifted the block of ice. It was carefully lowered to the ground. Inside, a human silhouette could be seen, and it was clearly a female figure, and despite it being severely desiccated, it held immense potential. Staring at her, the professor couldn't believe it was real. He was completely mesmerized. While was distracted, one of the team members was suddenly attacked. A bite to the neck. As they feasted on him, the man next to him demanded to know who was responsible. The professor realized these people were not part of his team. Panic broke out and they started screaming for help, but there was little they could do. The professor was thrown to the ground by one of the mysterious figures. They declared that he was simply a necessary sacrifice. They told him to stop struggling. They just needed a little of his life juice. These strange figures had unusually long canine teeth, and they enjoyed biting necks. The block of ice fell to the ground. Immediately, one of the men began to smash it open. It wasn't long before they reached the desiccated body inside. She was almost completely free from her icy prison. Once she was freed, they covered the woman with a coat. After so long, she was finally free. Herr Superdanis greeted her. They hailed the Blood King. They wished her a long life and eternal youth, and her first question for them was simple: is that cursed zombie still alive? The Blood King gasped out at the horizon. Herr Superdanis informed her that the zombie was still alive, even after a millennium. But for some reason, after destroying human civilization, he'd allied with them and was now rebuilding his clan. One of the women urged the queen to be cautious. But in her eyes, there was immense hatred and resentment. She was determined not to lose to him again. Back at headquarters, everything was going smoothly. The zombies were enjoying their lives, drinking some delicious tea, until one of them was informed that someone had come to visit. At the headquarters, everyone interested in the new president had gathered. The man who had been bitten earlier was writhing in immense pain. No one had ever seen anything like it before. It didn't look like a zombie bite. They knew he had been on the archaeological expedition, and his team was now missing. Despite it being an ordinary person, he had managed to injure 2 presidents. It seemed they needed a professional opinion on the matter. A heavily armored vehicle parked in front of the building. Inside it was the protagonist. The soldiers greeted him instantly. He still wasn't used to it. Then, he was led inside the building to examine the case. Several well-drawn side characters were already waiting for him. The first one stepped forward to welcome him. That president belonged to the Iron Academy. He was very excited to meet the man responsible for capturing the mad scientist. After greeting him, he went on his way. Apparently, that side character was extremely envious, assuming the protagonist was a nobody. Meanwhile, a zombie was delighted to shake hands with the humans. Another foolish character scoffed, saying he could tell just by looking at him that the protagonist was weak. At the same time, the Iron Samurai wondered if these side characters had a death wish. After making this comment, he suddenly realized the Iron Samurai had disappeared. Wisely, he had decided to hide. He didn't expect the zombie to come. The doctor asked the zombie to take a look at the case, hoping it could recognize the type of monster. But the zombie barely knew his own age. How was he supposed to know what kind of creature it was? However, he noticed some very peculiar marks on the man's neck. It unlocked a distant memory in his mind. A little nervous, Violet asked if he had discovered anything. The man was becoming more and more aggressive. Then, he finally realized who he was dealing with. The first rule of being a scoundrel is to be smart. It ensures longevity. The protagonist was absolutely thrilled with this discovery. He knew the man belonged to the Blood tribe. A massive wave of energy radiated from his hand, so powerful it sent shockwaves throughout the room. The vampire, who had been acting aggressively, instantly curled up into a fetal fission, trembling with fear. The humans went flying across the room. Not even the foolish side character was spared. No one knew what had caused that sudden explosion. Something was happening. On the other hand, the girls were already used to this kind of situation. Looking at the creature, the protagonist was sure he had wiped them off the face of the earth a long time ago, but clearly, had been mistaken. He wanted to know where that girl who loved poisoning him was. The vampire insisted and knew nothing. He had only been in this form for one day and desperately wanted his life to be spared. Finally, the zombie's energy stabilized. The other presidents were starting to have doubts about their initial impressions of the zombie. Meanwhile, the Iron Samurai was regretting not staying home. The worst of the tension had passed, and the zombie had really returned to normal. The girls approached him, eager to know if he had discovered anything. They wanted to know what exactly the blood tribe was. The protagonist warned them to be very careful in the coming days. His expression turned deadly serious, as if he was about to reveal something crucial. The girls braced themselves for a life-changing revelation. Then, the protagonist said they forgot what he was going to say. Violet was furious about that unnecessary tension. She guessed that every time he transformed, his brain got weaker. He tried to defend himself, saying he would remember soon. The other presidents now believed he really was weak. Hearing this, the protagonist shot them a sidelong glance, which almost made them ruin their underwear. Meanwhile, in an abandoned city, the vampires were showing the Blood King her new home, saying that they were basically living on the streets. She was absolutely disgusted. The passers-by couldn't understand why beggars were on these streets. After all, the government-managed cities were well maintained. One of the king's subordinates saw the small amount of money and was overjoyed, which only infuriated her even more. She didn't understand why she had been revived, knowing they were in a completely vulnerable situation. The girl stated that the last millennium had been incredibly difficult to survive, ever since the zombie turned it into a dried husk. All they could do was watch from afar. After that, he started exterminating vampires. They had to do whatever it took to survive. To stay away from the zombie, they had to pretend to be dead, and because of his existence, they had been hiding for the past 1,000 years. No matter where they were in the world, they hid from both humans and the zombie. They had been living this way for so long that her friend had turned into a complete idiot. The king declared that reviving her had been pointless. Back then, she was already no match for him, so there was no chance she would be now. Then the idiot finally spoke up, saying they had revived her because they had obtained a crucial piece of information. They had heard about someone who could make her invincible. The girl confirmed that it was true. Now, the queen was interested. She wanted to know who this person was. "It's that man," the idiot said, showing her a photo of the mad professor. Inside the headquarters, the humans were still gathered. They had gone to see the mad professor, who remained completely restrained. To the zombie, it would be better if the prisoner wasn't alive anymore. But Violet argued that they needed to uncover more about his hidden experiments. Not to mention the professor still had many spies. The protagonist stated that the professor could easily escape from this prison. The poorly informed side character scoffed, claiming it was impossible as the professor was under extremely tight security. Since it was the zombie who had captured him, they decided to take him on a tour of the facility. The prison had been built especially to contain him. The depth of the facility was 3 kilometers underground, it had 1,500 floors and 100,000 armed guards. Even with an elevator, it took half an hour to reach the lowest level, not to mention the wide variety of weaponry in place. But that was just the beginning. There was a president assigned to every 100 floors, totaling 30. Additionally, there were 2 exclusive warden presidents overseeing the entire prison. With this level of security, an escape was unimaginable. To top it all off, there was a massive bomb installed in the facility. The professor was physically attached to the detonator. Even if he were freed, the explosion would completely erase him from existence. Even a god wouldn't survive such an explosion. It seemed like the protagonist was slightly impressed, but in reality, he found humans to be a bit too paranoid. He was almost embarrassed with them. They were way too ridiculous. In a dark alley near the prison, the Blood King was also watching the facility. She was shocked by the level of security. "Humans are such hateful creatures," she muttered. Meanwhile, a side character told the president that an inspector was heading to the protagonist's city. She should inform her boyfriend. She immediately denied that they were dating. She also didn't understand why she was being told this. The inspector was informed that the city was full of zombies, but the side character wasn't concerned. To him, the only thing that mattered was absolute strength. After hearing that, the president made a peculiar expression. She realized that this fool would soon learn how things really worked. That particular city was very well structured. The zombie was surprised by how prosperous human cities have become. Meanwhile, the mad professor remained in his unbreakable prison. Inside the prison, a man was on his way to deliver food to the professor. One of the scientists believed that there was no hope left for them, but the professor still desperately wanted the zombies' genes. This terrified his subordinate. He was convinced that they would all be executed soon, but the professor was confident. As long as the humans didn't have access to his resource, they wouldn't get rid of him. He had already ordered his spies to store all the important data somewhere, not even knew where. He was determined to make these fools regret leaving in Aleph. The zombie was too strong for them to extract a kinetic sample. It was probably impossible to create something stronger than him. But the professor didn't care about that. He just needed to find a test subject who was already powerful. That would make his job much easier. However, there was a problem. This was a maximum security prison. The scientist had no idea how they would escape. The professor remained silent because he already knew what was happening. The food delivery robot was approaching them. It was small, moving very slowly. It was so cautious it almost seemed suspicious. Even the robot itself seemed to acidity. Watching the scene, the mad scientist was completely confused. But the professor nonchalantly swallowed a bite of food. A small probe had been hidden in one of his teeth, and it continued to act as if nothing had happened. He was secretly communicating with the spy, wanting to know where the zombie king's body was. He learned that it was stored in a lab on the 200th floor of the prison, guarded by 2 guards. The body remained completely motionless. The professor ordered his spy to follow his instructions. Meanwhile, in the city, Zombami was cheerfully strolling through the streets when his phone rang. It was Violet. She informed him that an inspector was heading to their city and would arrive at any moment. That inspector's job was to evaluate the citizens' quality of life and lifestyle. If she found out he was a zombie, he would be fired immediately. Extremely anxious, he asked if she would believe him if he just claimed to be human. Violet scolded him, reminding him that their entire city was full of zombies. She urged him to do something about it right away. After hanging up, he was overcome with fear. He imagined it was all over. He had no idea what to do and not a single clue. Then, as he looked at a shop window, something caught his eye. Inside, there were tons of makeup products. The inspector arrives. The inspector finally landed at the airport. A plane was already prepared to take her to the city. Her biggest concern was the weak personality of this new president. That's why she was eager to fire him. Meanwhile, in the city, to the president's surprise, several vehicles suddenly started falling from the sky. This unusual sight was the protagonist's doing. His subordinates were curious about what he was plotting. Those trucks were filled with makeup. It was meant to be used to disguise the citizens, since an inspector was on her way. Realizing the urgency of the situation, the loan shark immediately began organizing teams to ensure the task was completed on time. This was crucial if they wanted to keep living in the city. The trucks carrying makeup were quickly sent to different districts. Some zombies were skeptical about whether the strategy would actually work, but the loan shark never questioned his king's orders. He was sure there was a reason behind this madness. Immediately, all the zombies got to work. A zombie child asked what was going on. His mother explained that the king wanted them to disguise themselves as commoners. She went up to a distribution point and picked up some makeup. Herr Jungson was very excited about the task. After asking him to wait a moment, she completely transformed herself. City-wide makeover. Finally, all the makeup was distributed. Of course, some zombies had trouble with their disguises. They pointed out that Goo's disguise wasn't very convincing. The zombies snapped back that it was none of their business. Those 2 specific cases were going to be a problem. The solution? They turned them into dogs. Meanwhile, the inspector should have already arrived. The 2 zombies didn't like their new dog costumes, but the loan shark reminded them that when they were alive, that's exactly what they were. The inspector's deception. Finally, the inspector's plane landed, but what the zombies didn't know was that she had actually arrived in the city by train. She deliberately avoided official transport, believing that information about her trip had been leaked. By arriving this way, she could investigate more effectively. A prejudice against the new president. One of the supporting characters wanted to know why she hated the new president so much. Apparently, she believed he was weak and unqualified. Besides this, very few people ever impressed her, and in this particular case, she was already biased against him. However, overhearing the conversation, she asked what was wrong with having an opinion beforehand. Ever since the high superintendent gave up his authority, she believed any fool could become president. She firmly believed that only the superintendent could guide humanity to a prosperous and glorious future. Back in the city, the protagonist was still eating his plate of eggs. Now that the inspector had arrived, it was time to get to work. As they discussed the matter, a supporting character mentioned that they hadn't seen the high superintendent in a long time. He had gone on an expedition and was expected to return soon. At the airport, the city's team was still waiting for the inspector to arrive. They started to find her tardiness suspicious, but they decided to keep waiting. The first inspections began. Two of the inspector's assistants headed to a shop to start the evaluation process. There, they noticed something unusual. Every single product in the store was made from eggs. This deeply disturbed one of them. He declared they couldn't stand to see or even hear about eggs, which confused the inspector, since the man was both blind and deaf. Interviewing the citizens. Meanwhile, another assistant interviewed a citizen about the zombie king's administration. I asked if the citizen had any complaints. The citizen replied that the king was wonderful. He gives out free houses and eggs. Right in the middle of the interview, the citizen's arm suddenly fell off. This was not something the inspector had expected. He panicked, deeply concerned about the man's condition, but the citizen simply picked up his arm and walked away. He nonchalantly explained it was just a prosthetic and the inspector shouldn't worry. Still, the assistant was extremely confused. They couldn't find a single sane person in the entire city. It was the inspector's first time dealing with such ridiculous humans. It was almost as if they were zombies. He began to assume the zombie king had built a city for weirdos and lunatics, a dangerous mill. Meanwhile, the zombie king was staring at something on top of a building. One of his soldiers noticed something was wrong. Another subordinate asked what was going on. He explained that the king had been acting strangely ever since 80. He was muttering things and trembling. His assistant asked if there was something wrong with the food. The soldier wasn't sure. All he knew was that the president was hungry. So, they decided to make him some spicy scrambled eggs. It was a huge mistake. The king couldn't eat that kind of food. The soldier, confused, asked why. Then he learned the terrifying truth. Spicy food activates his uncontrollable mode, and once it's activated, it stays in that state for at least a month. Spreading the bad news, this had to be reported immediately. He called Blackie and explained the situation. At first, Blackie was confused. They had already banned all spicy food from the city. He had no idea how this had happened. Unfortunately, the lone shark was just as clueless. Now, everyone was on edge. The guy who looked like Pickle speculated that the king might exterminate the inspection team. And, honestly, that was a real possibility. The inspection team's journey continues. Since there wasn't much else to see at their current location, the inspection team decided to move on. That's when they saw a strange object in the sky. It was a truck. It crashed near them, sending debris flying everywhere. Moments later, the zombie king himself arrived. The inspectors were baffled. There wasn't supposed to be a truck there. Now, standing before them, the president looked excited. He declared that he would personally take the inspector on a tour of his city. The inspection team was struggling to recover from the shockwave. They had no idea what had just happened. Even more concerning, they didn't know who this man was. An oppressive presence. The zombie king's gaze locked onto the inspector. His eyes were piercing. His presence exuded an overwhelming pressure. For some reason, she felt an intense fear. She didn't recognize this man, which disappointed him. He expressed his frustration that she had forgotten him. After all, he was the zombie she had been looking for. That revelation horrified her. This wasn't the image she had of him at all. In fact, she could have sworn it didn't look like that before. He explained that he had simply taken off his mask. That was the only difference. As he got closer, she instinctively backed away. A generous gift, since as she had traveled a long way, he had prepared a special gift, the best deviled eggs she would ever taste. Dozens of his citizens were already prepared to serve the food. The protagonist assured it not to worry, they don't eat people. Then, without any warning, he grabbed her by her clothes and lifted her off the ground. The city school district wasn't that interesting, so he decided to take her somewhere else. A terrifying, devastating leap, he soared through the air, carrying the inspector with him. Her entire body was paralyzed with fear and her assistants could only watch helplessly. They had no idea how to keep up. Meanwhile, his subordinates saw what was happening and knew they had to move, immediately. The grand tour begins. They descended toward the ground at a dangerous speed. The protagonist landed on the rooftop of a building, completely shattering the ground on impact. Still holding the inspector, it told her to take a look. "This is my city," it declared, "and we're already starting to expand it." There were all sorts of professionals, even white-collar workers. There were cleaning crews, business operators, and people working hard to generate income. Fi was about to explain the city's laws and regulations, but the inspector was still paralyzed with fear. Since she wasn't moving, he continued to drag her through the streets. Zombie edition of Law and Order. He pointed out how everyone obeyed the traffic laws, there were no violations. Then, a truck driver suddenly panicked. Only his leg was visible, as if the rest of his body had been removed. The zombie king calmly explained how lawbreakers were dealt with. They are launched into the sky. To prove his point, he made the truck fly. Even though it didn't have wings, it soared through the air like a rocket. The inspection team witnesses the madness. The team was about to grab a cab when they noticed what had just happened. They could now clearly see a truck embedded in one of the siege buildings. Blackie had acted quickly to save the driver's life. The inspector assumed the driver had been executed, but the zombie king confidently denied it. "That's impossible," he declared, "my subordinates possess unparalleled power." A sudden interruption, just as the inspector's assistants arrived to help her. The protagonist casually tossed her in their direction. Although the driver had been rescued, a bus remained stuck in the building. Once again, the protagonist reminded them that if they thought they had lived long enough, they just had to get in his way. After that brief explanation, all they could do was live in fear. With nothing left to say, silence filled the entire intersection. One of the assistants urged the chief inspector to leave quickly, as his own legs were already getting weak. They didn't know if one person could do all that. There was definitely something wrong with that chairman. Compared to the strongest people they knew, that man definitely didn't seem human. Seeing that they still hadn't left, the protagonist continued to watch them intently. One thing was for sure now, whoever reported him as weak needed to be fired immediately. Just they were about to leave, the chief inspector unexpectedly requested to stay a little longer. She admitted that he was doing an excellent job managing the city, but the chairman had to do more than that. He needed to have at least decent combat power. The protagonist's subordinates fell into complete despair. That sentence sounded like a huge provocation. The woman stated that she hadn't seen the full extent of his power yet and wasn't sure if he was truly capable of protecting the entire city. Fearing what might happen next, the protagonist's subordinates immediately held her back, completely terrified. They were now genuinely worried that he might have heard those words. The zombie stopped his departure and remained silent for a long moment. He became very interested in the woman's statement. Apparently, she really wanted to see everything he was capable of. His subordinates could only hope he would change his mind and not take her seriously. Accepting her request, they were all escorted to a beach. The zombie with a sack on his head had a terrible feeling about what was about to happen. They all stood there watching what the protagonist would do. The inspector had no idea why they had been brought to that location. It was easy to tell that the protagonist's silhouette was overwhelmingly intimidating. Knowing his boss well, the zombie with a sack on his head felt the need to give the inspector one last piece of advice. "Everything, absolutely everything that happens from here on out is your fault. We have nothing to do with this anymore." Terrified by the warning, she briefly exchanged glances with the zombie. By then, he had already begun to unleash his power. One of the men got nervous as the rocks in the area began to float. The protagonist was emanating an even greater power. His body was gradually transforming once again. Again, it took the form of a generic protagonist. Even though they had spent the whole day with zombies, it was the sight of a human face that truly terrified them. They couldn't understand what had happened to the protagonist. Until now, the ocean waves had been moving naturally. But after he started emanating all this power, the water stopped as if it were a solid object. The entire atmosphere had become completely unnatural. The people around him could feel that even the air had changed in density. They had no idea what he was doing. Suddenly, he launched himself into the air, sending them flying backward. His strength was immeasurable, creating a small epicenter of shock waves. If it hadn't been for the kindness of the zombies present, the inspector's assistant would still be in the air. She couldn't hold herself to the ground. Looking ahead, she realized the president had disappeared. They still had no idea what was happening or where he could have gone. Gently, a zombie handed her a telescope so she could see what was happening. Equipped with incredible lenses, the small telescope had a magnification power that should be impossible for its size. Now, she was looking directly at the rings of Saturn. There was no doubt that this celestial body was unimaginably far from Earth. On the planet's surface, President Sammy was walking calmly. Realizing the impossibility, the inspector began to panic. Against all odds, that man had practically teleported to Saturn. Such was his speed. A distance thousands of times greater than the Earth's circumference, a feat still impossible even with the most advanced technology. For them, this was the absolute limit. Even if he were human, what he had done was beyond human capabilities. Determined to show off a bit more of his power, the protagonist reached out his hand. Slowly, he began to clench his hand into a fist, as if preparing to throw a punch, assuming an offensive and well-prepared stance. Once ready, he began to move his entire arm, unleashing an incredible powerful blow. Even from Earth, they could feel that he had crossed the threshold of danger. Terrified, the lone shark ordered everyone to take cover immediately. The wind generated by that simple movement turned out to be monumental, creating a small cataclysm in the middle of the ocean. Giant waves worthy of an apocalyptic scenario began to advance toward the continent. On the beach where everyone was, the humans could do nothing but panic and soil themselves. Back at headquarters, a violent earthquake began to shake the building. A loud alarm blared throughout the city. A level 12 tsunami had been detected. Violet, after hearing that, was in complete disbelief. It was truly terrifying. That massive movement of water was more than enough to annihilate the entire human race. Dawn could done nothing but scream in terror. The truth was, even if they wanted to do something, they would never be able to. The city's defense system activated at its initial level. Massive walls began to rise in an attempt to contain the advancing water. Meanwhile, in the middle of the ocean, there was something like a clearing. The water had been forced away from the area. At the epicenter of the impact stood the protagonist, wanting to know if that demonstration of power was proof enough of his strength. From outside the Earth's atmosphere, it was possible to see its full magnitude. After witnessing that, the inspector was left speechless as the protagonist watched them like ants. Transforming once more, he began to return to city with his subordinates. Meanwhile, the inspection team had reached a logical conclusion. Even monsters were more human than that person. Their taxi drove away toward the place they should have never left. Despite its excessive display of power, it was certain that the city would not be taken from them. While all of that was happening on the other side of the planet, inside the prison, interesting developments were unfolding. The soldiers remained vigilant, analyzing the body of the zombie king. They still couldn't comprehend how the zombie had managed to defeat him. It was impressive that the mad professor had created a life form like that. Basically, he had tried to create a god. It was a shame that the creature wasn't alive. After what had happened, it hadn't shown any vital signs. Behind them, manipulating a test tube, an undercover spy was carrying out his task, following the precise instructions given by the professor. He was carefully mixing the ingredients in the correct proportion so that the zombie could be revived again. He had to wait for a window of opportunity to inject the solution into the dormant body. As soon as the patrol guard announced he would step out for his round, the spy began his mission. He managed to strike the creator's neck with the injection. It didn't take long before he was immediately seized by the floor's head officer. Despérate, the officer demanded to know if the spy had any idea what he had just done. The creator's eyes glowed with evil once more. Suddenly, explosions began to erupt throughout the prison. The president, who had previously underestimated the zombie, was now completely terrified. Throughout the prison, alarms blared loudly. A smoke billowed across the corridors from the rubble and destruction. The zombie king was awake once again. It was as if had returned from a long nightmare. He received orders from the professor to get them out of there. The professor promised to make him even stronger than that other monster. In the air, an aircraft was approaching the prison. Inside, someone was furiously kicking the hatch, keeping them locked in. With one final kick, the door was sent flying outside, putting all passengers in danger. The plane had been hijacked, and the hijackers ordered everyone to remain still. As long as they cooperated, no one would get hurt. Given decisional, the crew members decided to comply. The Blood King was now dressed properly. Air access was the only way in. Her subordinate reminded her about the bomb attached to the professor's body. She knew that, but there were no other options. She believed it was nothing more than a human trick. If she couldn't handle it herself, she wouldn't be worthy of being called a king. As soon as they flew over the target location, they jumped from the aircraft toward the prison. The Queen's orders were clear. They must be even more brutal than the humans. Inside the prison, several presidents were alerted to the invasion. It all seemed like a grand conspiracy to trigger a mass breakout. Everyone needed to be on high alert. The vampires had already entered the facility, encountering heavy resistance from the soldiers. One of the humans told everyone to stay calm since there were still 30 presidents inside the facility. In the lower levels, they realized the prison break might be underway. The Blood King didn't seem impressed by anything happening around her. She was in the upper levels. In between her and the professor, all the presidents were stationed to secure the facility. Down in the lowest level, where the true prisoner was held, one of the presidents had already received his fair share of beatings. The zombie king had done it with ease. He hated the professor, and his true intention was to leave him there to rot, giving the cell a smirk. The professor seemed like had expected this reaction. His bespectacled lackey began to panic. The professor said that this was his creation. It wasn't just some zombie capable of defeating him. It was better not to try anything foolish in his presence. Provoked by those words, the creature started to become hostile, but before it could act, the professor calmly reasserted. As long as he was helped to achieve his dreams, he had no interest in staying alive. The zombie king acknowledged that humans were terrifying and admitted that he was interested in becoming even stronger. With that, the professor assured him that he never went back on his word. Outside the prison walls, they could hear the tremors and explosions. The presidents were struggling to hold back the invaders. They had no idea who these people were, nor did they care. The Blood King had no intention of explaining herself to mere extras. With unwavering confidence, she advanced towards them. She gave them two options, either hand over the professor or find out how strong she really was. Determined to do duty, the first president decided to attack. Despite the hostility, the queen remained motionless. These presidents were resolute. They wouldn't let her do as she pleased inside the prison, but the fight ended faster than expected. Pieces of cyborgs were scattered all over the floor. It had all happened so fast that no one even saw what occurred. The soldiers, being metahumans, were terrified. Still, they opened fire. The queen knew their human weaponry posed zero threat to her. The assault rifles began to sing their song of violence, but the bullets just hit her skin and fell to the ground. They couldn't even tear her clothes. She was completely unfazed, not even a single blink was necessary. One of the vampires reached out her hand, mocking human technology. More explosions erupted inside the prison. Meanwhile, on the lower levels, the professor's rescue mission continued. The mad scientist was surprised the bomb hadn't activated. That's when the mad professor revealed they had a 2-second window after the lights went out. Now they could continue with their escape. The scientist was worried about making that creature even stronger, but the professor had 2 more bodies, even more powerful than that one. Finally, they managed to free the professor from his prison cell. The initial sight intrigued the zombie king. The humans there already looked defeated, and judging by their condition, the enemy was truly strong. Something else was going on here. A mysterious figure estaba among the bodies. The Blood King finally revealed herself. She had come to meet the professor. She told him that anyone who couldn't even touch the zombie in its second form was unworthy as an experiment. The scientist panicked, wondering how she knew that. Meanwhile, the zombie king wondered who this woman was. Since they shared a common enemy, she suggested using his body for her cause. Showcasing all her scientific and technical expertise, she awaited the professor's response. Feeling challenged yet, the zombie king wanted to know if this barely clothed woman thought she was stronger than him. She confirmed it and even added that it wasn't just by a small margin. If he wanted, she could prove it right then and there. Immediately, the two clashed. The queen emerged victorious. Her blow landed, a completely unexpected outcome for those who didn't know her. She demonstrated overwhelming power. If the zombie had wings, it would have flown away because it now looked like a projectile, smashing through everything in his path. Having already been defeated by the protagonist, he could tell from experience that her power was on par with his, but he refused to let the fight end like this. Looking at the prison's nuclear reactor, he suddenly had a brilliant idea, an idea worthy of a true genius. If he couldn't win, then everyone would turn to dust with him. Striking the reactor with all his might, the mad scientist took the opportunity to say this guy was never trustworthy. A chain reaction started, and it was only a matter of time before everything exploded. With a simple gesture of her hand, the queen looked at the reactor. Then she lowered her hand, fingers outstretched. She had given an order to reality itself, reversing the explosion, a display of power none of them expected. As if that wasn't enough, it was as if she had controlled gravity itself, crushing the immortal creature under the weight of that massive weapon. His ashen body now resembled a piece of gum stuck to the pavement. The Kumans struggled to comprehend what they were witnessing. That sight was undeniably terrifying. The queen mocked the creature for being so weak yet arrogant enough to bear the title of king. It was time to teach him a little lesson. With the creature in her grasp, she wanted to know how the protagonist had defeated it. Although he heard the question, the defeated creature was still processing its brutal loss. The queen's gaze showed no patience. It was then that he realized how far he was from true power. He had seen this before. These two creatures were monsters from a civilization that no longer existed. A deep terror began to consume his mind until he stood completely still before her. The king had shown him his true place, dropping his lifeless body to the ground. The zombie king, once revived, stopped breathing yet again. With that, she also demonstrated her power to everyone present. She had subjugated a powerful being as if it were nothing. The zombie king before her was nothing more than an insect. The presidents who had been defeated by that creature were now certain that this woman was in a league of her own. Even the mad scientist struggled to believe what he had just witnessed. Finally, she turned her attention to the professor. She wanted to know if he was good enough to be her experiment, and she was waiting for a positive response, but the professor was too stunned to answer immediately after what he had just seen. She was more than enough. High atop City Hall, the misbehaving zombie was still being punished. Violet arrived to speak with the protagonist. She had an urgent matter. They warned it wasn't a good time, but since it was an emergency, she couldn't delay. Her subordinate tried to warn her that it was dangerous. Hitting those words, Violet said she had no idea what he was talking about. She entered the president's office, saying she had terrible news. The protagonist greeted her casually, revealing he was in his second form. Now, she understood the danger she was in, but she found it strange that the protagonist spoke so calmly despite being in that state. He said they liked to switch things up sometimes and wanted to know what brought her there. Without hesitation, she reported that the professor had escaped from prison. He already knew, because Cummins could never contain that red-haired woman. It had happened about 10 minutes ago, and Violet couldn't understand how he already knew. The king had used her bloodline power. He had sensed the energy. The term bloodline power made Violet stop and think. She needed to take this information to her superiors. Since she was already there, the protagonist asked her not to rush off. It had been a while since he had peacefully interacted with a human. Of all the possible things, that was not the request she was expecting. Shaking Key's hand off, she said she already knew what happened to the inspector, stating she didn't have time to play tour guide with him. They were in the middle of a crisis and she was needed elsewhere. That's when the protagonist asked if she wanted to know how he used his bloodline power. That question piqued her interest. She never imagined they possessed such an ability. Fixing Key's gaze on her menacingly, the protagonist simply smiled. Violet was left speechless. Faced with the opportunity to learn, she agreed to the date with him. Inside the hospital, cows had taken over. They were trying to revive the defeated presidents. Despite their severe injuries, they were still breathing. The doctor noticed the chief wanted to say something. Approaching him, leaned in tow listen. It was crucial to speak with the department head. Meanwhile, the villains finally gathered in a safe place. It was deeply disappointing that the queen was now wearing more casual clothes. It was the first time the professor had analyzed such an amazing body. The vampire warned that the experiment had better work, as they were not patient. But the scientist insisted that the professor's research was the cornerstone of human progress. There had been a previous success achieved by the protagonist himself. Even if she was a vampire, the experiment would work. All they needed were the protagonist's genes. Knowing this, the vampires hoped they wouldn't be the ones tasked with collecting that genetic material. The professor assured them he wasn't stupid enough to send them to their doom. Still, they remained uneasy about the possibility of being sent on a dangerous mission. They wanted to know how he planned to get the material and if he expected it to be handed to him as a gift. The queen also seemed interested in the matter. With a mocking smile, the scientist prepared to reveal something. They already had a sample of the genetic material. The vampires were stunned. They had no idea how he had obtained it. A human had collected the genes while undergoing various experiments to see if he had turned into a zombie. One of the professor's spies had managed to extract a sample. The vampires were impressed by human cunning. Having spies planted among the enemies was an extremely useful strategy. It was time to begin. In City H, Violet was out to dinner with the protagonist. His power lived up to its name, but she was afraid she wouldn't be her old self again, or worse, that there would be side effects. Faced with her doubts, he simply smiled. Violet expected him to keep explaining, but the protagonist had returned to his base form, which annoyed her. He wasn't supposed to change form before finishing his explanation. That was irresponsible. Filled with frustration, she tried to force him back into second form, but the protagonist had no intention of doing so, reminding her that he never forced her to come with him. She came because she wanted to. Asking the waiter for some pepper, he found out it had all been confiscated from the city. After that meeting, 2 long months passed. It was the second time the woman had visited the man in the hospital. His last order had been to transmit the message. After that, he lost consciousness. She did as instructed, using satellites to classify the message as a code red of emergency. It was truly remarkable that a single woman had done all that in the prison. The vampire had reversed a nuclear explosion. Furthermore, she didn't seem to belong to this era. The woman already knew this, and all this information had been transmitted to the department head. In the abandoned, underground city, several electronic devices were still active. It looked like a secret underground city with extremely advanced knowledge. One of the men seemed to have received a message. Approaching the department head, he reported that there was an ongoing emergency. Dressed in incredibly cool armor and with a hairstyle that would only make battles more difficult, the department head finally appeared. Among the ancient ruins, they had found human remains. Among them, a mummy. This was the only genetic material they had managed to find in this abandoned city. A soldier reported the details of the emergency. Professor James, who had been imprisoned, had escaped. This news was so shocking that even the other soldiers seemed unsettled. Before them lay a body from an ancient era of humanity. Upon closer analysis, they noticed 134 fractures. Certainly, they had been caused by a monster. This brief description sent shivers down the soldiers' spines. Even more terrifying, the body had been burned completely dry, preserving it for thousands of years. Now, it was nothing more than an empty husk. Upon examining the area, it was clear that a great battle had taken place there. The creature that had destroyed this highly advanced civilization was truly formidable. There was nothing left to search for. The department head wanted to know more about the emergency. He learned that several presidents had been injured in the incident. Headquarters was in a state of emergency as their combat power had been weakened. Realizing this, the department head decided it was time to return. Before they left, one of the soldiers noticed something. There were inscriptions carved into the floor of the ancient city. This activated a long-dormant system. Metallic spheres began to float and a hologram appeared before them. It was amazing that this technology had survived for so long. The figure within the hologram commented that it was the first time they had seen a human with such a powerful body. The soldiers urged the department head to be cautious, but to him, it was just a projection. Shrouded in mystery, the holographic figure studied the men. They claimed they could make the department head even stronger as long as he swore to protect humanity. To him, that was only natural. His desire within these ruins was to better understand history and learn how an entire civilization had been wiped out. Behind the mysterious figure, a film began to play. The humans waited patiently to see what would be revealed to them. Unexpectedly, the figure that appeared behind them was none other than the protagonist. It was so strange it almost seemed like a bad joke. 1,000 years ago, the Earth wasn't limited to just 2 large continents. There were 8 oceans, 7 continents, and multiple nations. Humanity had united to the point where they could produce incredible items. They had reached a level of knowledge that allowed them to build the space stations. Their technology had advanced beyond imagination, allowing them to create incredible weapons. They had even fought against aliens. And yet, the technology of those aliens was no match for what humanity had developed. Even the monsters hidden in the depths of the earth feared humanity, but there was one being they had never been able to defeat: the zombie. After hearing his brief story, they wondered why they hadn't managed to stop him, but he was the answer to everything. He was the reason for everything. It wasn't hard to believe, but it also wasn't the answer they were expecting. One soldier suspected they were being deceived. The person in the photo didn't even look strong. To the department head, the ancient civilization wouldn't waste time telling lies. They exist to resist the zombies. However, despite humanity's efforts, they had never managed to wipe them out. Perhaps this person was the reason their goal had never been achieved. The department head wanted to know what their next move should be. Their time was running out. They had focused on technology, but now, after seeing such a powerful body, there was hope. By combining a strong physical body with the technology of the past, they could defeat that creature. Then, a gauntlet emerged. It was the technology of the ancient civilization. The holographic projection warned them not to forget, no matter what race appeared on Earth, humanity's greatest enemy would always be the zombies. The department had ordered a soldier to take the artifact, but as hesitant, holding the object, it promised that humanity would not let them down. All that remained in that place was the desiccated corpse. There was nothing else of value to collect. A soldier asked if they were going to hunt down the person in the photo, but their immediate priority was to deal with the professor's escape. The world was too big. Finding a single zombie would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Over the phone, Violet received an important call. Finally, the department head had returned and was calling a meeting with all the presidents. The zombie was surprised that he was also required to attend. He had no idea who the department head was. In the professor's lab, his experiment seemed to be progressing successfully. He smiled enthusiastically, believing he had finally reached his goal. The queen's body was being enhanced. Little by little, the protagonist's genes were being assimilated into her. Meanwhile, the queen's vampire subordinates were getting tired of waiting. Their tribe's entire wealth was down to a single coin. Even if they worked in jobs, they couldn't feed their people. They had even gotten that one coin by begging. Their lives had become so miserable they wished it would just end. A company reminded them that they were strong, that they should find another way to make a living. The idea seemed like a joke. They couldn't think of anything profitable. Then, their companion suggested something simple: let's rob a bank. On their way, they passed by a bank. Inside, the people seemed incredibly slow. A simple withdrawal took almost an hour. They had never seen people move so slowly. With their skills, they could rob the place in 10 seconds. They would never get caught. All they had to do was take the money and leave. That was all it took to convince the vampire to commit a little crime. Meanwhile, at headquarters, everyone was gathering. A soldier informed the chief that all the presidents were present. The meeting could finally begin. The department head put on his extremely cool helmet. Now it was ready. This was the first time the zombie had to obey a superior as a president. Meanwhile, the Blood King continued to be enhanced by the protagonist's genes. In a specific city full of slow-moving people, someone was preparing to rob a bank. It was the Queen's subordinates. They were analyzing the people's movements. Everything seemed to move at a different pace. Now they were ready to execute their plan. The entire operation had been meticulously planned. There would be no room for error. The bank had been scouted. There weren't many people inside, and they were professionals at robbing banks. From the top floor of a building, the loan shark awaited updates on the city. Last month's reports were finally available for his review. At last, the robbers had set their elaborate plan in motion. They entered the bank heavily armed, not realizing it was the city edge bank, the zombies' bank. According to the soldiers' calculations, the city's economic assets exceeded 430 billion. The loan shark ordered a recalculation. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes, as they were subordinates of the strongest being. The soldiers were enthusiastic and determined, agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, on the first floor, the vampires announced the robbery. It didn't take them long to get to the money, and the amount was truly astounding. The loan shark noticed some suspicious activity in the city. The vampires were already making their getaway, celebrating that they would never have to live in poverty again. Then, an important alert came in. Blackie was informed that they had just been robbed. That couldn't be real. It was unacceptable that something like this had happened in this city. Faced with someone new, the vampire leader couldn't hide his happiness. For a brief moment, he felt a threatening presence calling his name. It was familiar, he had felt this before in his life. Then he realized who was furious with him. He couldn't believe his subordinate hadn't checked whose bank it was. Unfortunately, his subordinate could have never known because he couldn't read. They had just learned the hard way that the bank they robbed was the zombies' bank. They were definitely in for a long and severe beating. Their escape was quickly intercepted. The vampire leader was already starting to panic. It could feel it even from a distance, the zombies' threatening aura. Now, the city's financial manager was chasing the thieves. The vampire's desperation was growing dramatically. He ordered the driver to speed up because the loan shark was the most mysterious of the zombie subordinates. He had been with him for years. Blackie didn't care what the vampires were doing, but had some advice if they wanted to stay alive. He moved forward, determined to deliver his message. His advice was simple. Anyone who didn't want to perish at the hands of the loan shark had to return the money immediately. With a single jump, it generated a shockwave that shook the entire building. Cars went flying and the people inside the building had no idea what was happening. Outside, the chaos became even more evident. The vampires couldn't believe what was happening. That display of power was just overwhelming. The money they had stolen wouldn't even be enough to repair their car. They were completely domed, and they knew it. The loan shark was out of control. Blackie stood firm in his demands. The vampire leader ordered them to split up and warned the queen about what they had done. He decided to stay behind, saying he would hold off the pursuer. He was curious to see if he could match his strength. But Blackie reminded him that none of them were authorized to flee and that they were definitely not on equal footing in this fight. The loan shark began to use his fists to collect the debt. Seeing the brutal scene, the other vampires started to panic. Their leader was already completely out of commission. In the headquarters city, the remaining presidents gathered. They were waiting for the department head to arrive. When he finally appeared, he was immediately greeted by everyone. He was aware of the professor's escape, but he had an even more important matter to discuss with them. He revealed the artifact recovered from the ancient ruins. They were intrigued by the golden gauntlet. It was a piece of technology from ancient times. All the presidents were stunned by the discovery. The department head said they had found it in the deepest part of the canyon. One of the support officers believed this could change the battle against the professor, until the department head declared it would be used against an even greater evil. According to the message left by the ancient civilization, there was a much greater threat on Earth, the one responsible for that civilization's destruction. Knowing that such a monster existed terrified the presidents. Violet even asked if it was a joke, because the existence of such a being was overwhelming. The department head confirmed that the ancient civilization had emphasized the danger of this existence. They had to be cautious about it. To Violet, it was impossible that such a powerful being could still exist. The department head admitted they didn't know where this creature was located, but it reiterated that they must remain vigilant. The protagonist, intrigued by the gauntlet, asked how it was supposed to be used. The department head explained that they just needed to put it on and press the activation button. He emphasized that they had to find this creature and eliminate it as soon as possible. The revelation suddenly hit him. There was someone next to him who caught his attention. It turned to look at the protagonist, confirming the threatening entity had the same goofy expression. There was no way he had been there the whole time. The department head wasted no time and snatched the gauntlet, leaving everyone completely stunned. Meanwhile, the vampire's body was sent hurtling straight towards the headquarters building. And what do you know, the plot made sure he crashed it right into the meeting room. When the dust settled, the department head was now holding the gauntlet. Violet couldn't quite process what was happening. The room was a wreck from the impact, and the vampire was slumped in a corner, looking totally defeated. Blackie showed up right on his heels. He was dead set on punishing the vampire for messing with his city. The vampire whimpered, hoping his queen would come save him. Nobody had a clue who these new guys were, and they'd never seen that vampire before, but Violet quickly put two and two together. He was one of the protagonist's subordinates. The zombie, also curious, asked what that lawn shark was doing here. One of the soldiers' scanners picked something up. Blackie kept watching from the sidelines. He was now completely surrounded by the most powerful presidents. One of the side characters was determined to show this zombie he didn't belong here. Furious, Blackie declared this was none of their business and began to gently demonstrate the massive gap in their power levels. The presidents were getting tossed around like children. Even their whole group was no match for a single one of the protagonist's subordinates. They were taken down easily and efficiently. The side character had now fully embraced his role in the story. He was always part of the group that gets beaten up. The women noticed that Blackie was way stronger than the chainsaw zombie. The side character was strategically placed right next to the vampire, since they were both professional punching bags at this point. Blackie had lost his patience. It was time to eliminate a few people. A dangerous-looking dust cloud started to form. Violet warned the girl not to touch it, but the protagonist was already there to correct his subordinate. A Hindley interrupted Blackie's rampage. Blackie was about to be completely neutralized. He was completely caught off guard by his boss's arrival. Another shockwave erupted, sending everyone else flying. A soldier updated the department head on the newcomer's strength. The presidents standing before him were like ants. The ancient civilization was right. He was the real deal. After stopping his subordinate, the protagonist took him to the roof of the building. Blackie demanded to know what was going on. The protagonist reminded him that he wasn't allowed to kill people. Meanwhile, the department head activated the gauntlet. The protagonist was explaining to his subordinate that this was the headquarters of the very people who gave them the city. His little speech was cut short. A solar eclipse started forming in the sky. This was completely unexpected. None of the humans could explain where it came from. The sky went completely dark. Even the citizens were getting anxious. And then, the Blood King made her grand entrance, fresh from her recent power-up. People started to notice a figure in the middle of the darkness. The department head was still trying to figure out what was going on. The presidents who had guarded the prison knew exactly who she was. With a wicked grin, the king declared that she was now completely invincible. The other vampires arrived to rescue their buddy, who was still lying motionless on the ground after his brutal beatdown. Seeing his pathetic state, the queen ordered her subordinates to get him, but they were easily stopped by the department head's power. They couldn't do a thing against that human. The queen noticed this immediately, but she didn't seem to care one bit. Knowing things were about to get ugly, the department head ordered the city's evacuation. The queen smirked and told the human to mind his own business. This had nothing to do with him. With the gauntlet equipped, the department head managed to land a hit on her. She actually felt pain and was instantly enraged. She returned the favor with equal intensity. The other women realized the queen was on a whole other level. Blackie told the protagonist that the humans had started fighting. However, our zombie hero said it wasn't their problem. The battle raged on as the eclipses started to fade. The gauntlet on the department head's arm began to transform. Full of confidence, it declared it would eliminate the king before dealing with the zombie. "That's pretty bold of you," the woman said as the protagonist's friends began to wonder which zombie she was referring to. Concentrating all the power of the gauntlet, the department head aimed to settle it all with a single blow, but the king was unfazed. She also wanted to end things quickly. Like two Dragon Ball characters, they were on a Kaijisen course. The king prepared a devastating blow, while the department head did the same. They were moments away from clashing above the city. The resulting shockwave was absolutely overwhelming. As expected, the gauntlet was overpowered by the king's fist. The department head was sent flying across the city, crashing catastrophically into a building. With his arm shattered and the gauntlet destroyed, he struggled to recover. The king was not the least bit impressed by such a mediocre display of power, and the department head was starting to believe that the so-called ancient technology was a scam. If this is what it was relying on, it shouldn't have even tried, she muttered. The king acknowledged that it was the strongest human she had ever faced. 1,000 years ago, their battle might have had a different outcome, but that wasn't the case in the present. Now she would send him into an eternal sleep. Before she could land a final blow, she sensed an ominous threat approaching. A clean and powerful slash was executed. She narrowly avoided being hit. Violet declared that the queen was fighting the wrong person. The king wanted to know who this dangerous individual was. With her sword resting on her back, Violet introduced herself as the king's opponent. Her expression had completely changed. She was now using the gems she had received from the protagonist. Those who witnessed her transformation were left speechless. Meanwhile, the vampire girl was still trying to rescue her fallen friend. But Dawn wasn't going to let that happen so easily. Seeing that the woman had also transformed, the vampire trembled in fear, realizing how strange these people were. The king quickly noticed the presence of another enhanced woman. The two exchanged brief glances as the vampire declared that her opponent wouldn't get away with this. The three powerful women were on the brink of battle. Violet's aura had completely changed. With her sword drawn, she prepared to strike the queen. The department had remained gravely injured. No one could say for sure what had happened to Violet, but she was very different now. The vampire refused to let Dawn have her way. Breaking free from her grasp, she quickly created distance between them. This only made Dawn even more interested in her prey. Irritated, the vampire declared she was no ordinary opponent. If you're not weak, then prove it, Dawn challenged. Seeing the vampire's attack approach, she wasn't impressed by its speed. She intercepted it with ease. This was a fight with an already determined outcome. Dawn began to effortlessly overpower the vampire. The presidents watching had no idea she was this strong. Performing strange acrobatics, the vampire tried to evade the attacks. But there was hidden trick to her movements. Using a small amount of her own blood, she created clones of herself. But none of them were a match for Dawn. The clones quickly vanished, and the vampire now doubted if Dawn was even human. The Blood Queen prepared to fight. Violet also made a move with her sword, but her power was immense. It cleanly sliced through the buildings behind her. Now the main headquarters was on the verge of collapse, to the absolute horror of the presidents. The sheer power was absurd, reminding them of something familiar. The king recognized what had happened. This woman had also been strengthened, but the king's desire remained unchanged. She wanted revenge on her most ancient enemy. She opened her eyes, revealing that her pupils had transformed. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time and was willing to do anything to achieve her goal. Despite the display of power, Violet was unfazed. She admitted that she was no match for the king, but if that was all she had, she should give up on getting revenge on the zombie. And now, let me show you something really entertaining, Violet smiled, piquing the king's curiosity. Placing her hand over her face, her power began to shift. She was about to reveal her second transformation. The skin on her face started to change, altering its color. Violet's body twisted unnaturally, and the presidents continued on their never-ending ride of being utterly blown away by this battle. Violet had become much stronger. Even the queen was now unsure of what to expect from her. The condensed energy began to take shape, glowing with a deep violet way. The chairmen had to shield themselves from the force emanating from it, and the king was genuinely surprised when a mask formed on Violet's face. Her expressionless face had cold, deep eyes. The chairmen were completely terrified, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. The king was also deeply impressed. Even the protagonists hadn't expected such rapid progress. Dawn was also intrigued by this new shape-shifting ability. After watching everything unfold, the king was lost in thought. Violet declared that words were a waste of time. Now, this time the queen took the offensive, but Violet was just as skilled at wielding her sword. Both were fully prepared to continue their battle. The king declared that only the weak rely on words. Violet coated her sword in a crimson liquid. The enhancement immediately fortified her blade, increasing its durability and power. She struck the king with an overwhelming blow. The power level was so shocking it began to terrify the onlookers. Violet had managed to slice her opponent at a cellular level, leaving behind only minuscule fragments of what was once a person. As fear gripped the humans, despair consumed the vampires at the thought of their king being defeated. Violet calmly sheathed her sword, assuming the battle was over. The sensors confirmed that every single cell in the queen's body had somehow been severed. This had to be a joke, Such a feat should be impossible. The blue-edged woman didn't doubt what happened. The department head remained frozen, speechless. Violet knew the queen was still alive, plotting an unexpected counterattack. Slowly, her scattered cells began to merge in midair, reforming her body. Violet stood by and waited, allowing the queen to fully restore herself. Her reconstruction was happening at a molecular level. She emerged fully regenerated, but with one small difference. Her clothes hadn't been restored at all. The watching chairman could no longer tell if these beings were even human. Meanwhile, the protagonist noticed that Red was about to start fighting for real. Interested in the battle, it suggested they move to a spot with a better view. Violet was already aware of her opponent's immortality, but the department head, who didn't know, was now visibly shaken. He started to feel something moving in the gauntlet. The protagonist warned everyone to leave the building, as things were about to get much more dangerous. The queen was now fully clothed once again, and Violet remained ready to fight. The vampire raised her hand to the sky and a massive cataclysm began to form. Furious, she declared that the battle was far from over. Violet was glad to hear this. She wanted to keep fighting too. The protagonist had found a safe spot to watch the battle. The blue-haired woman and another chairman arrived at his position. Meanwhile, Violet and the king were spreading destruction throughout the city. Simple swings of the queen's sword had catastrophic results. With a series of slashes, she completely cut through an entire building. It crumbled in mid-air as if it were made of paper. Violet had dodged all the attacks, and was now closing in on her opponent. Their swords clashed with intense force, but this time, the human was caught by a surprise attack. However, she wasn't about to let herself be defeated. She retaliated with a devastating blow against the king. The watching chairmen could feel their souls nearly leaving their bodies. Only one person was truly enjoying this battle, the protagonist, who continued to watch with glee. Violet's slash extended for thousands of kilometers. The king realized the magnitude of that blow. She was far from happy with how things were unfolding, but her determination never wavered for a moment. The protagonist remained thoroughly entertained by this overwhelming display of power. The blue-haired woman couldn't comprehend how the king was still alive. The department head struggled as the gauntlet refused to come off his arm. Meanwhile, Violet remained fixated on her goal, to defeat the threat before her. The queen had no intention of making it easy for her. Even knowing Violet had a second transformation, she didn't believe the human could match her. This time, going on the offensive, she was determined to end it all. She executed a devastating palm strike capable of leveling an entire city. Her attack was overwhelming, and the onlookers knew that if they were caught in it, they'd be finished. Violet couldn't defend against the blow. Her body absorbed the impact almost completely. The king waited for a reaction from her opponent, which left the humans deeply concerned. Violet remained motionless after the attack. The department head was still struggling with the gauntlet, which was now damaging his arm. A voice announced it would take control of his body. He had no idea who the voice belonged to, even as he felt himself losing control. Then he realized it was the same voice from the hologram he had found. Violet managed to recover briefly, agreeing with what the queen had said. The two women stared at each other with cold gazes. Pulling the sword from her body, Violet acknowledged that she couldn't harm the king, but that wasn't all she had to say. The queen couldn't harm her at all either. The woman in blue realized what had happened and demanded that the protagonist give her the same power, but he refused, knowing the consequences were often too violent. While they were distracted, something massive occurred. Neither Violet nor the queen had noticed what had just happened. Not even the onlookers could determine what had caused the strange sound. Outside of Earth's atmosphere, colossal limbs began to appear. Something had been revived. The being's size revealed that of the planet itself. Its shadows stretched across entire regions of the globe. Panic immediately seized the citizens, who had no idea what they were witnessing. Back in the city, the destruction continued to spread. Only the protagonist seemed able to survive. He quickly realized people were in danger and, moving at immense speed, he reached them. One by one, he threw the humans away from the danger zone. The zombies understood that the entire city had become extremely dangerous and that this monstrous figure had set its sights on the two fighting women. It was a robot of immeasurable proportions. Both the king and Violet had to stop their fight. Neither of them knew what had brought this colossal machine into existence. Inside the robot, even the department head was at a loss as to what was happening. The man from the hologram apologized. It had been necessary to deceive him. He had to sacrifice himself for the good of humanity. Some of the presidents had managed to get to safety thanks to the protagonist. The most cowardly among them wanted to know what was happening. The others were speechless. Outside the atmosphere, the colossal robot ascended. Violet had no idea what was going on. Between the robot's enormous fingers, the protagonist was being held. Passengers aboard nearby planets were completely stunned by the surreal scene unfolding before them. Slowly, the protagonist's expression began to change. Faced with this new enemy, the women seemed to silently agree to a temporary truce. The robot assured them this had nothing to do with them. It was controlled by a normal-sized humanoid figure, but one strong enough to hold both women. Due to her proximity, Violet ended up being captured. So was the king. The robot's controller stated they had been studying zombies for centuries. It was disappointing that the women had attacked using nothing but stimulants. During this dialogue, the protagonist remained in the robot's clutches, but he had now entered his first transformation. With much greater strength at his disposal, he began to twist his torso. The force of his rotation surged through the robot's fingers. The power traveled up its arm in an instant. The robot's controller hadn't anticipated such a rapid escalation. The protagonist was already advancing toward the core of the problem. At a terrifying speed, he closed the distance, but he was suddenly intercepted. The robot countered his advance. This ancient existence had waited for an entire millennium. At last, the day had come. The women, who had proven to be overwhelmingly strong, had been completely subdued, and the protagonist didn't like being delayed one bit. The time for his revenge has arrived. The man wishes to finally defeat the zombie and witness its true form. Granting his request, the protagonist transformed into a genetic-looking character, even though the robot's hand is enormous. Is unable to stop him. The protagonist tossed it aside with little effort, watching this while she was completely immobilized. The king couldn't help but be surprised. For now, the battle being waged is between the zombie and the giant robot. The ancient existence felt that it was being completely underestimated, and in fact, none of it was impressive to the zombie. Still on Earth, the blue-haired woman couldn't hide her surprise, climbing up the robot's body. The protagonist headed towards its controller. A small crack began to open, revealing a massive compartment. Inside the larger robot, several humanoid drones were ready for battle. Faced with all this, the presidents felt technologically primitive, even with superior numbers. The drones couldn't do anything against the protagonist. It continued to destroy them as if they were made of clay. On the arm of the larger robot, they tried to delay him in every way possible, but there was nothing they could do against absolute power. In his most powerful form, the zombie was completely overwhelming. He was even able to damage the largest of the robots. Sizing up its adversary, the ancient existence realized that its enemy wasn't using his full power, summoning even more giant robots to Earth. The battle became more and more absurd as time went on. The ancient consciousness revealed that it remembered their last encounter. It had been able to observe everything that had happened. That powerful form was not the zombie's final form. Imagining that it could become even stronger, the human's common sense could no longer contain its fear. The protagonist was struck by a blow from one of the robots. The force of that impact had planetary-scale consequences, like celestial bodies crashing into and destroying the cities of Earth. The protagonist was thrown towards the moon, causing massive destruction. His body bounced several times across the lunar surface. Even so, none of it affected him or changed his expression. Trying to regain control of his body, the department head disagreed with such destruction, but the ancient entity was determined to eliminate his enemy at all costs. The robots continued their relentless pursuit of the zombie. The most surprising thing was that, even back on Earth, the president seemed to know what was happening. It was possible to see a massive, human-like robot on the moon. The ancient entity remained determined to eliminate the enemy of humanity. The protagonist continued to dodge every attack. Once again, he managed to get close to one of the robot's faces, preparing to deliver another of his powerful blows, striking the construct directly in a devastating manner. His unprecedented strength caused irreversible destruction. The ancient entity was running out of resources. The department head recalled reading the reports. Since the protagonist became a leader, the protagonist's conduct had been impeccably unfair. He continued trying to regain control of his body. The city under the protagonist's administration continued to progress with no evidence that he had harmed humans. In fact, it helped them quite often. This made the department head consider the possibility of coexistence, but the ancient entity seemed accept such a thing, redirecting its violent impulse to attack the protagonist. It claimed that they had already tried peaceful coexistence in past eras, but just looking at the protagonist was enough to understand the reality. There was no way to coexist peacefully with someone so powerful. Zombies were supposed to be an insignificant race and always have been, until the protagonist appeared out of nowhere. Since then, humanity's fate had depended on this one person's move. An entity like that could not be allowed to continue existing. It did not belong to humanity and therefore deserved it to be destroyed immediately. Changing its form, the robot now prepared to unleash its most powerful attack, divine punishment. Several robots like it began to appear in the lunar atmosphere. Their swords pierced through the entire moon. Massive waves of electrical energy surged from the surface. Even so, none of it could stop the protagonist, who acknowledged that the human had been striving to obtain strength, but just because it was bigger or had greater numbers didn't mean it had achieved it. This revelation left the ancient entity terrified. All the protagonist needed was a simple snap of his fingers. Immediately, the robots were destroyed, turning to dust. Massive earthquakes spread across the lunar surface. The effects of this magnificent battle were already reaching Earth. Faced with the imminent danger, the presidents decided they had to help evacuate the citizens. Finally, the protagonist had closed in on the main body, landing an indefensibly blow to its face. It directed its enemy towards Earth. It fell into the ocean like a mere projectile. Meanwhile, the protagonist decided to land on the continent. Using his hands, he began to split the land beneath his feet. In truth, there wasn't much that could be done against all that power. Inside the city, the presidents were already focused on the full evacuation. The citizens were frantically seeking shelter. The blue-eyed woman noticed a crack that kept growing, having no idea what it could mean. The protagonist continued to split the continent with his hands. Soon, all the humans were overwhelmed by sheer terror. Once again, something of planetary proportions was happening. The sensors detected that the earthquake had already reached 20 points on the measurement scale. As simply as tearing a sheet of paper, it had split the continent in two. Not even a feat of this magnitude required any effort from the protagonist. Now, in the middle of the city, a massive crack separated it into two halves. Completely overwhelmed, distracted by the imminent danger, the blue-haired woman fell into the abyss. It was so deep that its bottom couldn't be seen. Her fall was stopped by the brave intervention of one of the extras. It was simply unthinkable that any life form could accomplish all this. The extra told the woman to hold on to him tightly. She was still worried about what was happening in the city. Meanwhile, the consciousness of that ancient human was struggling to recover. His body was being brutally beaten by the protagonist, and his hair had grown significantly. That man's body was thrown towards a distant mountain. Almost out of strength, it tried to heal his wounds. Turning to the department head, he asked if he now understood the magnet of that destructive power, but it couldn't give an answer upon seeing the approach of a colossal tsunami. The protagonist now had hair as long as Goku's older brother. It was hard to imagine what kind of life form he really was. Having been free from her restraints for some time, Violet was watching the ongoing battle. The Blood King had never seen that form before and wondered if this was really the zombie she knew. This was exactly what the ancient human had witnessed. This was the true form of the zombie that had destroyed everything. Knowing his opponent was now at full power, it charged at him, but the protagonist didn't even bother to move a single muscle. Blackie, watching his boss, began to wonder if he had lost control. He needed to act faster, that human was going to lose his life. The instant consciousness was using all its power to end the fight, apologizing for what it was about to do to the department head's body. Beyond his sheer coldness, the protagonist's facial expression was unreadable. All it did was a small hand gesture. That alone was enough to completely destroy the ancient armor. Then, by clenching his fist, he increased the intensity of the attack. To the hologram man's surprise, his body was completely twisted. He was thrown towards Earth in a devastating impact. His armor was completely eradicated. Even in its most powerful form, the armor couldn't subdue the zombie. Despite everything, the department head was still alive. Looking at him, the presidents grew sad, believing there was no longer any hope for him. Blackie knew they couldn't be responsible for eliminating a human litter, and the protagonist was also aware of that, so he snapped his fingers. Immediately, the wound on the department head's chest began to heal. With the wound restored, the only problem left was his free fall from an almost stratospheric height. The protagonist focused on regeneration. Gradually, the void was being filled once more, and the presidents watched everything in stunned silence. Even the Blood King was impressed by that display of power. Violet was no different, equally bewildered. The department had regained consciousness, somehow coming back to life. Looking to his side, he realized who had done it. The protagonist remained focused, doing everything he could to complete the regeneration. Finally, the department had understood how things were. He also understood why the ancient civilization was so determined to wipe him from existence. What they felt for that zombie was genuine fear. With that, the protagonist had concluded his part in the battle. There was nothing left for him to do, and the presidents watched this unusual conclusion to the events. Violet immediately emerged from the ocean to meet the zombie. She appeared completely transformed, still wearing a mask on her face. But he had already returned to his base form, and asked if she had gotten used to using her bloodline's power. She sighed deeply, saying that thanks to him, everyone's home had been completely wiped from existence. If he could have finished it in a single blow, why didn't he do it from the start? But the zombie didn't want to scare people. Unfortunately, he ended up scaring the vampires instead. The Blood King did her best to hide. That event caused the southern continent to shift 130 kilometers, completely changing the Earth's climate and creating the deepest trench. Since they evacuated the city in time, there were almost no casualties, and the zombies took on the task of rebuilding the destroyed cities. The department head continued with his administrative duties. He now finally understood why the ancient civilization wanted to destroy the zombies. It was up to him to decide what to do next. After witnessing all that power, the chief inspector showed up at his office as requested and was ordered to buy the highest quality eggs because they had a visit to make to each city. Meanwhile, in a new city, the Blood tribe was setting up a settlement. One of them tried to hurry along a zombie worker who was being too slow. His friend wanted to know where he got the money to hire these workers, but he refused to answer. Even though they were enemies, the loan shark agreed to lend them money. He did it because the king ordered them not to fight, which would also prevent future bank robberies. That's why he gave them a loan with outrageous interest rates. The loan shark nickname he got in this story definitely wasn't for nothing. Still talking, the young man asked where the king was. Ever since everything that happened, she had been very distraught. She never imagined her enemy was even more powerful. Up until now, every time she fought him, he only used a tiny fraction of his power. After witnessing what he did, she understood that she could never reach his level of existence. Now everything was calm in each city. But amidst the ruins of the ancient civilization, people were searching for valuables. It was the mad scientists, and they seemed to have found what they were looking for. Before them lay a small, incinerated body. Professor James carefully observed its great discovery. He wouldn't give up on his goal, as long as he was still breathing. The alarm clock went off in the protagonist's room. Waking up in a good mood, he gently turned off the alarm, but he still hadn't mustered the strength to get out of bed. The protagonist's name was Zombie. As he walked to the fridge, he acknowledged that he didn't know his age or have any memories of his human life. The only memory he had was of being a student when he turned into a zombie. At first, he was just as ordinary as everyone else, just like anyone with nothing special about them. But to avoid becoming a perpetual motion machine, he decided to get stronger. He stopped attacking people and started eating protein powder meals instead. Over time, with lots of training and dedication, he became a zombie version of Saitama. His power was unprecedented. His first transformation was amazing. His second was terrifying, and in his final form, he was a walking cataclysm. Tired of fighting, he decided to help humans by solving countless problems. This led to him getting his own city. The problem was, he had become too strong, causing constant fear among the humans. His apartment doorbell rang. He opened the door to see who was outside. Violet didn't understand how the leader of this city could be so lazy. 2 hours had already passed, and he was late. Closing the door, he said he'd be ready in a few moments. It was the dawn of a new year, and they were going to help the academy continue to grow. Several candidates were applying once again. From that moment on, the zombie would lead them into a period of prosperity. He was introduced as the new headmaster of the academy and timidly made his way to the stage. The students cheered loudly, welcoming him. On stage, he just observed their obedience and, thinking the students must be hungry, he brought out some eggs for them to eat. That wasn't exactly what they were expecting. The former boss was now just a president, and despite the taunts, he said that no one could defeat a zombie. The department head was sitting quietly, sipping tea. The inspector tried to approach him, saying that an emergency was in progress. He asked why it was so urgent, and she simply said they were in serious trouble. The Supreme President was calling them, which even startled the department head. The department head took over the call from there. He said he was about to send his report, but the situation was urgent and hadn't had time, though they would comply with the orders he'd received. The inspector wanted to know what was going on, and he said that everyone was aware of the incident involving the ancient civilization. She didn't know how that was possible, since they hadn't told anyone. He reminded her that the event was so massive it could be seen from the other side of the planet. According to the news, a huge battle took place that was suspected to involve the ancient civilization. That's what the reports were saying. Also, the exchange meeting was about to happen, which reminded him that he wanted to know where the eggs he'd ordered were. The inspector had them safely stored away. He was getting ready to go to City H. Since he'd made the zombie head of the academy, he figured it was no problem to ask him to do this job. As soon as he rang the doorbell, he was surprised by Violet. Even more surprising was that she was dressed as a maid. Seeing that peculiar outfit, he started to jump to conclusions about her. The woman said it was all a big misunderstanding. Soon, the blue-haired woman also appeared, much to the department head's dismay. Shocked by such shamelessness, he considered reporting them to superiors. That was way too bold, even for the two of them. The blue-haired woman was terrified at the thought. Seeing he was about to leave, they said they were only doing it to celebrate the zombies' promotion. They were both dressed like that because they'd lost a game. The department head had a hard time believing it, since those outfits were really something else. Since he didn't believe them, he had to go inside and see for himself. Inside, the protagonist seemed to be playing cards, and the Iron President was determined to beat him this time. It looked like he'd drawn a card that would lead him to victory. The atmosphere in the zombies' apartment was festive. Still, the department head was overcome with second-hand embarrassment. He saw several vegetables get tossed in the air and then sliced into many small pieces. It was the iron figurine who had sliced them, making an elegant presentation as he arranged them on a plate. Full of joy, he was bringing the snacks to the guests. Just then, he noticed the department head was there. He tried to explain, saying that he was forced by the zombie to do all of this. The department head didn't even know what to say. Actually, it was a good thing everyone was gathered because he had important news to share. Gathered there, the zombie found out that the department head wasn't the leader of humanity. He confirmed the information, thanking the iron figurine for his service. There were several provinces in that region spanning thousands of kilometers. Seeing that he was about to take off his mask, everyone immediately focused on the reveal. The department head removed the lower part, declaring that he was merely the leader of the province. Noticing his companion's curiosity, he asked if something was wrong, but they just looked away. Currently, the planet only had 2 continents, and therefore, only 2 countries as well, Country A and Country B. They reside in Country A. Like a great scholar, A began to recount the early history of these 2 countries and the conflicts between them. The zombie wanted to know more about the exchange meeting. It was a friendly celebration that included sports, kind of like a huge global military exercise held every 4 years. Hearing this, the zombie thought it made no sense at all. The last competition had been about eradicating zombies. A single member from the neighboring country had managed to exterminate 8 million. Impressive numbers for the protagonist passive form, who wasn't so confident. Since he had been promoted to the position of chief, he also had to participate. The zombie realized that this girl really believed he was human. The department had said it was up to them to come up with this year's event and that he would never endanger the zombies. The protagonist wanted to know more about what federalism and monarchy meant. In another part of the country, important people were on board a plane. Those girls had been formally summoned there. That was the headquarters of Country B, and they had images of the battle that took place on the moon. The man asked them to analyze the images, as they had been received from Country A. The girl handled the photo without showing any reaction. She and her twin sister didn't seem impressed by it. Still, they continued to examine the photo with great attention. They realized it was related to the technology of the ancient civilization. Their intelligence suspected that country A was in possession of that technology, which represented a strategic disadvantage for them. They would soon be receiving the president of the other country, and they asked his best subordinates to put aside their issues with their sister. He wanted them to thoroughly investigate everything at the event. The king had a particular opinion about his sister's involvement in relation. If they executed their mission well, he would request a royal pardon for her. After hearing what the prime minister had to say, they agreed to follow the orders. In a secret laboratory, they were preparing more of that strength-enhancing solution. The professor was observing the experiments with great attention. Source number 1 had already received the serum. He was waiting for the results from sources 2 and 3. A technician reported that source number 3 was being prepared. Sitting in a chair was the body they had found on the streets. Reporting to the professor, the technician stated that the body was now properly prepared. That was perfect. But the scientists doubted they could successfully revive a 1,000-year-old mummy. However, in the field of biology, there was nothing the professor couldn't accomplish. He ordered the process to begin immediately. The technicians began to operate the lever that activated the entire system. From the other side of the room, they heard a very intense scream. Even witnessing all that, the scientists still doubted their success. If they managed to resurrect such a powerful figure, it would truly be a complete miracle. The energy and serum began to flow into that desiccated body until the process was finally complete. With great curiosity in their eyes, they waited to see the results of their actions. A faint cough was heard, and the small scientist was extremely excited. Contrary to what he had imagined, the revived person appeared to be extremely ordinary and unremarkable. His expectations were shattered, and they thought the process had failed. They had hoped to resurrect an ancient and powerful figure, but all they had was a bald, middle-aged man. The scientists wasted no time in approaching the newly revived man. They wanted to know who he was and what had happened to the powerful figure. The bald man said that he was indeed from the ancient civilization and asked them to spare his life. The scientists called him a liar since he looked nothing like the image they had. The man said he was just an engineer. He didn't know how to fight. He designed armor and there was nothing wrong with making cool armor. Outside the lab, the professor continued to observe it with great interest. It seemed that even he was taken by surprise by this. Seeing that the professor had turned his back on him, the bald man suggested they have a conversation, since they were both men of science. That piqued the professor's interest a little. The two briefly exchanged glances as if they were analyzing each other. Approaching him, the professor asked what he wanted. Although their starting points were different, they could work together. But having already been defeated by the zombie, the professor wasn't interested. The man said that they had already analyzed the zombie's genes. The professor's method was flawed. What was truly terrifying wasn't its strength, but its ability to become indefinitely stronger. Upon hearing that, the professor showed more interest. For all intents and purposes, these were the two smartest men on Earth. The professor was a master of biology and already had the zombie's genome. Meanwhile, that man had extensive knowledge of engineering and also knew how to use the zombie's genome. That was enough for them to create a new form of life. After presenting his proposal, I wanted to know what the professor thought about it. The professor took a moment to respond, but they had no reason to refuse that suggestion. That marked the beginning of a great and promising collaboration between the two. The head of the department's proposal was not well received. No one believed they would send the zombie as the president's bodyguard. After all, that charming figure with multiple personalities could be a danger, but the head of the department had no choice. He was worried that this could be a dangerous trip. He definitely had reasons to be concerned, and soon his request was taken seriously. The matter had already been decided. The president specifically requested a bodyguard from that province. Moreover, with just a simple favor from the president, no one would ever question the zombie's identity again. However, they still couldn't reveal that it wasn't human. The entire province would have to answer to him, and the protagonist was allowed to take two trusted people with him. They wished the new chief all the best and good luck, as he would now be the representative of the province. At the top of the city hall, a certain zombie remains in timeout. Meanwhile, the protagonist is with some of his subordinates for the mission he had received. He could take two trusted people with him. He wanted to know who was willing to accompany him. Silence filled the meeting room. Since the fiscal year closing was underway, Delo and Sark couldn't go with him. The others also already had their excuses prepared. The most bizarre among them wanted to accompany the boss, eager to prove that they were reliable to the humans. He was touched by the enthusiasm of both. Outside, it took them for a walk. During the trip, they unexpectedly ran into some people. The women were already waiting for the zombie, and the blue-haired woman found those dogs extremely adorable. She approached one of them to give it some affectionate pats. The grotesque dog responded that if she did that again, it would chew her up until there was nothing left. She was immediately startled by the animal's words. She never imagined a dog could talk. Violet had to explain to her that it was in fact a zombie. It was time for him to follow her now, as the president of the country wanted to see him. Finally, they appeared to be in another location. Other bodyguards had already arrived as well. Like all provocative extras, they assumed they would give up on the responsibility. They couldn't believe how the former chief had been replaced by some nobody like him. But what was even more bizarre was that the president had so much trust in such a small province. After all, they could easily beat that new chief with their hands tied. The protagonist made sure to demonstrate who was actually the strongest in the room. The impact was devastating. That extra had now become part of the decoration. Violet placed her hand on her forehead in disappointment. Meanwhile, the other bodyguards were also very impressed. The blue-haired woman already knew something like this would happen. In the presence of the president, fee was finally received. Even so, it still felt kinda shy about the situation. The president had received good recommendations about the new chief, who was supposedly the perfect bodyguard. He asked what the bodyguard would do in case of danger. The protagonist confidently stated that as far as Faye was concerned, nothing was truly dangerous. Faced with such exaggerated confidence, the president said he liked what he heard. Meanwhile, someone was exploring ruins located in Country B. Damn, something new is coming for the guys. It must be the sister of those crazy girls from before, and she's spicy. Someone else appears by her side, the older sister. Damn. She looks over and says, "This right here is your team. The zombie army is ready." Wah. Is she the zombie king of another country? Damn, is she the baddest of the bad? She says, "All right, good work. You can lead the rest for me. The world is so beautiful. Why do humans like to fight among themselves so much?" The guy replies, "I don't know. I'm a human, Mac, but maybe it's for resources." "No, I think it's because of selfishness. Brothers, I'm sure you all heard that the president of Country A is coming. Our mission is to kill that dog. You're probably wondering why we're doing this. I admit that zombies used to cause trouble for humans for a while, but nowadays with technology, we're nothing. Humans have controlled zombies for hundreds of years. So, I ask, why are your armies still trying to eradicate us today? It's all a scheme because Country A and Country B are hiding the fact that zombies also have consciousness. The extermination of zombies is just a conflict they created to throw us into internal chaos. Hundreds of innocent people are living in the dark, hundreds of families have been destroyed by these conflicts, and even hundreds of conscious zombies were murdered in cold blood. When in reality, zombies and humans could have coexisted a long time ago. We will overthrow Country A and Country B and unify the entire world in the name of coexistence. Damn. The main character is gonna like that offer. And he's already arriving in the city, bro. Ladies and gentlemen, the exchange summit is about to happen. The president of Country A is arriving for a 7-day visit. The place is already packed with a sea of people. This is your reporter from Country B, bringing you the news. At the same time, the reporter from Country A is also breaking the news. Our president will be staying at this hotel and will meet with the prime minister of Country B tomorrow morning. A kid is watching the news. Someone calls out to him. "Hey kid, come and eat." "Okay. Why are you watching that news?" "I just want to see what our president looks like." The father says, "It's such a big event, but I heard some weird things are happening." The woman replies, "Yeah, our country is still too weak." Another huge plane arrives. Look at the sisters arriving. What did the prime minister ask for? Just for us to protect the president. We can't let him get hurt the moment he arrives. Heather asks, "Wait, Are you saying our sister might try something? Considering her personality, she won't even let the plane touch the ground. Down below, some guys are talking. All preparations are ready, we're going to send the president straight to hell. Everything is shaking. Hey man. What's going on? Wait, are you hurt? We can't make any mistakes. The guy inside that plane, there's something terrifying and familiar about him at the same time. Oh, damn. Is that the main character putting on a suit? The guy reports over the radio. We're fine. Continue with the plan. It just feels off. The reporter says the plane has arrived in our capital. The governor of the state of Ray has come to welcome the president. Let's all welcome the arrival of peace. Look at that. The president is about to come out. Someone steps out first. Whoa. It's the main character in a big suit and a hood. Damn, the man looks dangerous. I say grab someone, stop now. Don't do anything. Don't attack the people below. But what do you mean? Hey, you stubborn idiot. Didn't you sense that guy? Calm down. I don't get it. The girl says, nobody make a mob for now, everyone, stand down. That guy is not the president. All the cameras broadcast the main character into everyone's homes. People are in shock. And just like that, Zombie was introduced to the entire world for the first time. Considering all the plans between the two countries, what's going to happen? The girls are watching. Who is that guy? Well, according to the list we received, he's one of the president's bodyguards. His name is Zombie. But why does it look so strange? Inside the plane, the boss says, very good, Zombie. That's the exact effect I wanted. You're the perfect shield. Only someone with a death wish would try to attack now. Violet says to them, President, you weren't like this. You sent him out just to be a meat shield. The main character is just standing there, accepting the job. Well, look around you now. I want you to shield the president's body so that no sniper bullet can reach him. The main character could stop a missile. Is there really such a need to block one little bullet? Hey, Zombie. Ooh, you need to protect the president. His body isn't as tough as yours, and with that, the president steps out. Everyone, please give a warm welcome to the president of country A. A must be tired from his journey, so A will now head to his auto. Tomorrow, we will hold the long-awaited interviews. The president comes down and a guy says, Mr. President, this is the governor of the state of Ray. He's just here to greet you. Violet is in a full suit. She's totally nerfed like this. She says, stay alert, Zombie. The girl up above thinks, Paloma, what was that oppressive feeling I just felt? Amy McKinnon thinks. The protagonist is completely calm. He hasn't even done anything yet, but on the sister's plane, they're already on edge. That's weird. Why hasn't our sister done anything yet? I don't know, but she just wasted her best chance. I already prepped a car full of listening devices. We just need to listen in on their conversations about the ancients, and we have plenty of time since it's a 7-day trip. Some men arrive. Mr. President, we prepared a car for you. Don't worry. We have our own private vehicle for transport. The protagonist gets a message. Let the president take the other car and cut off their communications. One sister says, hey, they didn't bring that many bodyguards. Do we really need this much prep? How can you be so careless knowing that country's military strength? I saw Violet and Lank with him. Did you forget what happened at the last meeting? A guy reports. The car we prepped didn't work, they got into another one. She asks, wait, which car did the president get into? We need to listen in. I don't know what's going on, but they jammed our communicators. She slaps him. Oh, damn. Meanwhile, the group decides to split into two groups. Zombie will use the hidden route and take the president to the hotel. From now on, Zombie, no one leaves. No one can get near the president. Lanky and Violet will take the original path to draw their attention. Ash tries to talk to her sister. Sister, what do we do? Do we proceed with the assassination? She says, listen, someone among them is acting strange. I want everyone to stand down now. The guy complains, but I can't hear anything clearly. Everything's broken and this weapon is crap. Should we just take them out already? Relax, sister. I'll kill everyone. You're gonna get your butt kicked in 2 seconds. Back on the plane, the president lands safely. Do we really need to be this cautious and even cut off communication? Yes, we have our own secrets. And do you really think the situation is safe? Just like we have problems with Dr. James, they also have hidden organizations that might try something. Inside the car, the protagonist, the president, and another man are riding. The president asks, "Zombie, you're a zombie, right? You'll protect me." "Correct." The guy says, "Yes." "Haha. Interesting. Then I'll be counting on you. I just have one question. You wouldn't suddenly get the idea to destroy everyone and rule the planet, would you?" The protagonist replies, "No, I'm not interested in that at all." "Oh, wow." Meanwhile, the sister, the one I was hoping would do something cool, is still just shaking and doing nothing. "Sister, we can't contact show. It seems the president's people are jamming our communication." "Damn it. It must have gone to hijack the vehicle." The sisters say, "I have a bad feeling. We should hurry to that location." On the way, Lanky and Violet are there. "What's that sound? Oh, look who's here. I can't tell who's strong or weak anymore." Now, the question is, will the girls win or will they be defeated? Although Violet has the blood, so she'll probably get beaten up again. Poor Git. A hot girl is raining from the sky. She looks over. "Wait, what is that? What is that thing?" The other sisters rave. "Violet, Lankin, this guy is extremely dangerous." The big zombie says, "Foreigners from the other side of the world, today, you will witness the power of the zombies from country B, Lanky." "Huh? A zombie?" "Yes, a zombie under my sister's control." The guy forms some black matter in his hand, something like an egg or a lump, then lights it like a lighter and unleashes a stream of flames. But honestly, that doesn't look very intimidating. The girl warns, "Be careful of that fire. It never goes out." Violet, off, snow, rain. "What are you two doing here?" He walks into the fire. "Girl, you haven't been bitten, so if you're not immune, you're going to get burned." The older sister speaks. "You two need to bring Axel back. If he keeps causing destruction, the president will have a reason to capture everyone." "All right, we're leaving." The guy says, "You can let me go. I'm feeling better now." The protagonist is still sitting in the car. Elle looks at the guy passing by, and the man freezes. Back to the fight. Look at Lankin's big sword. Now he has several of them. "You're underestimating us." A guy with a grenade on his back jumps out. Then, boom, smoke grenade. She gets disoriented. When she opens her eyes, something is in her face. Damn, she got caught, hit, and smashed. "Lanky, I told you to be careful." Ouch. The blade is already dripping. "Hey, who's next?" He says, "Yeah, she's completely wrecked. Good thing she drank the protagonist's blood, otherwise, she'd be done for." Violet is in shock. The sisters are already coming to help, swords electrify around them. The sisters get in front. "Go now and take her." "What are you doing here, Violet?" "Take her to the infirmary, you still have a chance to save her." "Damn it, in the end, we're going to have to use our own power." "We don't want to kill you, leave this place immediately." "Stop talking nonsense. If you weren't our leader's younger sisters, you would have been torn to pieces a long time ago. A lesson will be good for young ladies like you, don't blame me for not warning you." Whoa, it spreads oil around, forms that thing again, and lights the lighter. Damn, has turned into a man on fire, into the Ghost Rider. The little sisters are surprised, they're not used to seeing zombies transform, but Violet in the back is unfazed. The big zombie, what's wrong? They've never seen anything like this. They were favored by their sister and now they think they're invincible. The girl looks back. "Why are you still here?" And Violet is already laughing with her hand over her face, but Lanky next to her says, "Violet, step aside. You helped me last time too." "Oh, damn, it's mine. What's her problem?" Violet says, "To hell with it. She activates her power, I'll transform." They both enter demon mode. What the hell? Leave one strong girl for the guys. The sisters are in shock. What the hell are you two? Are you even human anymore? Ghost Rider, hey, what's going on here? Why do I feel this familiarity? No, wait, we're not the same kind. Ese is them. Why are you taking so long? Didn't you say you were going to kill us? The guy charges. You're just bluffing, I'll finish you, boom. A flaming flower bullet flies right at her, but she absorbs it. Holy cow, she has the absorption talent. This girl is crazy, you want to use that on me? The sisters, what? She absorbed it all. That's insane. This skull guy. Who? You're pretty tough. Take this flying kick. He didn't even finish talking. Somehow, is getting a call. Chow, can you hear me? Hey, is that really the strength of a human's kick? The sister tries to contact him. If you can hear me, answer immediately. You need to come back, I'm very, very busy right now. Lanky is just standing there waiting. Meanwhile, the protagonist gets messages. Zombie, Violet, and Lanky seem to be in trouble. Alright. Has the president arrived safely at the hotel? Our colleague replies, yes, we've just arrived at the destination. Could you go to Violet's location to help and see what's up? Alright, I'll go check if everything's okay. Are you sure you can guide the president here? Don't worry, this is our territory now, it's safe. Okay, I'm leaving then. Lanky is still there. Flashback. Don says, Lanky, what are you doing? You don't care about anything anymore. She's a department head just like me, how can she be so much stronger? Don tries to warn her. We haven't investigated this properly yet, you don't know what could happen. Shut up. Slam. She takes the blood. Now she's completely unhinged. Violet, Lanky, you have to control your emotions. The ghostwriter tells her, haha, this is good, this will be fun. The sisters who haven't done anything are just watching, and Lanky, with her new talent, absorbs everything, going crazy. But she also spits the fire back out. Return to sender. The skull guy is in shock. Here she comes from above, she smashes a kick into his mouth, slams his face into the ground, and buries him. She's going wild. The feeling is incredible. Girl, calm down. The skull guy. What's happening? What species are you? Violet. Lanky. You have to control yourself. If this continues, you'll become irrational. Lanky says she'll swallow him up quickly. Damn. I'm next in line. The sisters are still stunned. She says, I'm going to eat you. Come here. Damn. The skull guy is scared. I didn't expect it to be like this. Ah. What the hell? She's a zombie. President Cho, can you hear me? Abort the mission, you lunatic. Something terrifying is heading your way, heavens. Who could it be? Look at how the guy arrives. It hits the ground, and smoke rises. Skull guy, I can still fight. We don't know who the winner is. His friend grabs him by the shoulder, let's go already. A pulls him away, but Lanky says, are you thinking of running away? You should leave your life behind. The guy being dragged away, let me go. I want to know who won. Dude, if you keep insisting, you're going to lose your life. She screams, holy cow. Then, a bunch of lasers rain down, it tries to defend himself. The buildings are being sliced to pieces. The guy was sliced up. The sisters are all in shock. What's going on? They get sent flying too, and damn, the whole building is collapsing. It's over. Violet, damn it, she's already gone berserk. The building is thrown upwards, split in half. Who came to save the girls? It's him. The protagonist, in total chat mode. My warrior girls are all in their torn up outfits like they've been beaten up. I couldn't even enjoy the fight properly. They're staring at him. Look at him under the hood, you can already see his hair. Are they going to fall for the guy? They've never seen him in zombie mode, and now it looks like a total chav, but Lank is screaming like a lunatic. The protagonist looks over, opens his hand, what's happening? Closes his hand, breaking her mask, game over. The sisters are shocked, it nullified everyone's powers. Not even Violet is spared, she almost faints. The protagonist returns to his normal self, the girls are confused. Back to big zombie again. He approaches. Didn't I tell you to control your emotions? Sorry. I got too excited. The sisters rubbed their eyes. Wait, are my eyes broken? I swear he was a handsome guy just a moment ago. The protagonist transforms again real quick just to show off. The sisters are talking. I think what we saw was an illusion. We've been single for too long, but who was that person? The protagonist goes to talk to Violet. The sisters continue. Snow, you've been investigating Country for a long time. Have you ever seen that person? No, I've never heard of him. Apparently, they started to understand the technology of the ancient civilization. Damn, he was so strong and made us look like amateurs. One of the sisters gets a message. The president has arrived at the hotel. Well, at least everything turned out okay. Let's relax a bit. The president is safe now, she tells the guy on the call. City, listen. I need you to help me find information on the hooded man from Country A. A just says, understood. Meanwhile, the fire guy who was saved, Dalu, what did you do? I wasn't done with my fight yet. The long-haired guy says, shut up, if I hadn't saved you, you would have died back there. And with that mysterious guy, we lost our best chance to assassinate them, and I'm sensing unknown auras up ahead. Two powerful zombies are entering our territory. Back on the plane, she checks the pet compartment. Damn, the animals are there. Poor guys, they were brought in cages. Lank opens them. You'd better behave, okay? If not, I'll tell the boss. The guys remember the chainsaw fight. Trapped, they start barking, playing their part perfectly. The sisters arrive. These pets of yours seem special, don't they? Yes. Yes. They're very special. Well, it seems we don't have any more problems, right? None at all. The summit starts in 2 days. I'm hoping for good cooperation. She looks at them. These women are too cunning and they couldn't handle them at all. It seems they won't be able to discover the origin of their powers. If that's the case, they'll have to move on to the other plan. The professional you hired is already here. According to the schedule, it should be arriving now. 2 days later, the president of country officially begins his 7-day visit. The reporter is there again. The people are excited. The president is arriving. The man Evan went to see the country's queen. The meeting took place, A arrived, and now we're with the protagonist. Phew, the conference finally ended. That was exhausting. The sisters are watching him on the screen. Are you sure you saw him transform into that handsome guy? Yes, I'm absolutely sure. A man enters the room out of nowhere. Good evening. The Prime Minister asked me to come and cooperate with you. There they are. Welcome. Department head. Oh, wow. If the other boss who was already stylish got beaten and this guy looks like a side character. But then A asks, tell me whose memories you want me to extract. And they answer, his. Damn, bro. If you try to see what he saw, your brain might break. The conference is over, so we must act fast. This guy is extremely mysterious. We found zero information on him, even after an extensive investigation in Country A, but I'm sure that if he's related to the ancient civilization, the guy. All right, understood. There's nothing I can't do with my talent. Transformation. Oh, damn, it transforms into the president. So, what do you think? Perfect. We'll leave the job to you. I don't know if this will work, bro. I think the protagonist will notice instantly. Back with him. Violet gives him a soda. Sometimes I wonder how long you've been alive, bro. I have no idea. 800 years? 1,000? 2,000? Ah, forget it, it's pointless to ask if you don't even know, the protagonist. Alright, I'm going to sleep. 2 guys are following him. Hey, do you really need to come here? He just wanted to see if it's exactly what I saw that day. This guy isn't human. They're watching the protagonist silently. When he turns around to look, I already sensed the danger. Run. I give up on this. The protagonist didn't even do anything. Violeta, the president is calling for you. Confused, A asks, who? Aren't you going to sleep? It's none of your business. The president wants to talk to you, he's in room 614.